Yo, what up, Dick? What's going on, man? Welcome, welcome. How was your day? What you been up to? Played a ton of WoW. What'd you get done in WoW today? You're doing like BC, right? Yeah. How much you get done today? You said you started a new character, right? I'm assuming you got a lot of leveling that you were getting done. What'd you end up playing anyway? God, 4 or 5 levels. Oh my god. I remember those days. It was like 1 level a day if you were lucky. Like towards the end. Dwarf Priest? Alright. Oh yeah. The dwarf priests always made me laugh just because they were so small. You know what I mean? Like they were thick boys, but they were priests. You know, movies wise and stuff like that. You're always used to dwarves being like manly men. You know, hacking and slashing. And to make one a priest just always made me laugh. Men of the cloth. I don't know why. It just always made me laugh. I'm saying, like, even in like animes that I watch, whenever I see a male priest and he's always in his like dress robes, it just always like just feels wrong. I think the only priest I've seen in an anime, um, sorry, I'm trying to find it. Can't remember the character's name, but in the anime, reborn as a vending machine. There's a priest. that he doesn't wear robes per se. I just want to see the characters so I could like I just want to see the damn characters. Is this good? No. Not him. Mhm. This guy. Okay, maybe he is in a dress. I thought he wasn't. I thought he had pants on. But maybe he does have pants on under this, but it's still like a robe. Like this always just throws me off. I don't know why. But yeah, like I don't know what it is about the dudes wearing the robes. It just I don't know. This seems wrong. Yeah, he definitely has pants on. But I'm just saying like it always just looked odd with like the robes. The robes just always look weird because it's like he's wearing a dress with leggings on. You know what I mean? Like what it always makes me think of. No one else is here to ask the question, but I'll ask you, Dig. Chicken nuggets. Do you really eat them? Like the frozen chicken nuggets, I know that you heat yourself. My question is, oh, you haven't eaten them in years? Okay. Well, my question was gonna be, if you're gonna eat a frozen chicken nugget, what brand do you eat? Like, what is your go-to? Because I normally eat Tyson, right? Tyson's just like the go-to, easy. You know it's gonna be fine, right? But where were we at the other day? Didn't have Tyson, they had Purdue. I'm kind of torn which one I like more. Always get the great value, got you. Yeah, I was paying attention to the brand purely because I tried something and I'm like, yeah, okay, I liked it like this much, Try another brand, I'm like, oh nope, hated that. And I do that until I find the brand that I like is my go-to. I just go to it every single time. So that's what I wanted to ask, because like I normally just eat Tyson. I never really, and I don't really eat chicken nuggets all that much. And I don't know why, but these Purdue ones are not too bad. Like the one first thing I noticed when I was taking these ones out of the package is they felt heavier than the Tyson ones. Like each nugget individually just felt heavier. All right, get to the grind, man. What is this? I don't know what this means. Is it expedition week? Is it the week to do expeditions? Is that what we were doing? Wait, what? I got an achievement for having a territory standing of 300. How's that even possible? There's no goddamn way. Did they change the territory standing requirements or something? Bro, there's no goddamn way. Under general? No? Alright, I need to... Where? It's not gonna be in here. This is over the... So... Yeah, so... This one I haven't... 150 would be this. Like, getting to 20 is pretty easy. Getting to 150 is a real fucking train wreck. Yeah, so I didn't do any of them to 300. So, wait, what? How is that a thing? Didn't that pop up at the bottom of my screen saying reach territory standing 300? I'm pretty sure that's what it said, right? Yeah, so 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3. Yeah, so like but yeah, somehow I got this one. It just gave it to me. I think this one was given to me because it doesn't exist anymore. First Light doesn't exist. That's the only thing I could think of. Is I got this one because it doesn't exist anymore. Crazy that like nobody gets a lot of these done. Like this one, so easy. Kill 100 damn cows. Like, yeah. So supposedly 0.0% people have completed this one, which makes sense because it doesn't even exist anymore. But like, how did I get it? But no, it's not crazy because this is all time. Global achievements of all time of anybody that's ever purchased the game. That owns the game. So, if you take it into consideration, even over 1 million people have bought the game. You're saying that like 2,000 people have killed 100 cows? And don't get me wrong, like 60 to 80% of those people didn't play the game for very long, right? That's just taking this into consideration. Of everybody that bought the game, only 86% of them reached level 10, right? Even less of them only reached level 20, right? So if we just take into consideration of people that reached level 60, not even 70, only 22% of people even reached level 60. Well, I'm just saying, like, if we just take this into consideration, getting to level 60, you didn't kill 100 cows just from doing any type of killing by mistake or intentionally to get leather or whatever. Like, that's still like 20,000 people. And you're saying 0.2% killed 100 cows? That's just wild. Oh, most people didn't. Well, here's the thing. So the reason I can see why nobody killed cows is because there wasn't very many of them. And when you're running around doing your quest and you see a cow, you never really just shoot the cow, right? You're not thinking, oh, let's go kill a cow to get its skin or anything like that. You're going to kill buffalo, deer, wolves, things like that. You never think to kill the deer or the cow. Only reason I went and killed the cow is because I saw the achievement. And I see cows all the time. So it's like, oh, just shoot it once and just keep going. It's not a big deal. I just shot it every time I saw it. I just thought that the territory standing one just doesn't make sense why it just randomly gave it to me. That just kind of caught me off guard. Alright. We are working on stuff. Alright. So, armoring is done. So, I think in order to make my 700 gear score stuff, because we... Yo, what up, Edge? Because we did get this, right? Not this, but like the 700 like crafts, right? So the one thing it's not showing me is the prismatic scarab craft. So that's not showing me crafts for this. And I think prismatic scarab crafts are 700 gear score crafts. So I need to get I'm waiting for stone cutting to go double XP again, and I'm gonna push that to 250. Because I think once I have that, I can do the craft instead of doing this one, right? Which I need everything in the entire game to hit 700. I think if I have the prismatic craft, it'll be more expensive. But I think it could be a 700 gear score craft. What up, Edge? So Edge, the weekly buff this week is expeditions, supposedly. And I don't know what that really means or what it entails, but it's expeditions. So I don't really know what that means, if I'm being honest. I don't know. It just says boss event. It says expeditions, go beat the crap out of them for their loot. That's basically what it says when you log in. Alright, so we need to finish weaponsmithing. So it's all about... Oh yeah, we were gonna do mithril farms. Alright. Mithril farms goods. Okay, so what are we wearing? Wife's calling, give me a second. Yo, Edge. I'm back. Sorry, guys. They have human farm. They're on a human farm. Human farm. Farm the humans. Go, 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 go. Invite me, bitch. Invite me. Thank you. Yes, let's go. Attributes, respec, full dex. Yo, wasn't there like a hotkey to assign more than 1 point at a time? Thought it was like shift something or something like that. Shift or control or some shit. Yeah, after this human farm falls through, I'm gonna switch over to just mining mithril to get cinnabar so we can level up our weaponsmithing to 200. I gotta figure out how much cinnabar I'm gonna need though. Alrighty then. Time to farm some human in my luck gear, baby. Oh, that's cool. Oh man. So did you get any more of your PoE done, Edge? Any shopping or anything? I think I farmed a couple more maps later on that night, but nothing too insane. More shopping needed? Alright, sounds good. Yeah, if you want to shop, like if you need help like shopping or something. Where's the tank? Where's the tank? Chase the boss away so they can res. Chase the boss away so they can res. Never gonna get the full piece, man. If I get a full piece, I'm gonna be so fucking stoked. It saves so much time getting a full piece, bro. I like to work on my weapons while I'm at it too, though. I don't want to fight the archer. You know what we could do? Fucking fishing. Let's go. Why not? Need to work on fishing anyway, and if I'm gonna be AFK, might as well fish, right? But Edge, I'll ask you the same question I asked Dig earlier. Maybe you'll have a different answer. Frozen chicky nuggies that you make at home. Do you eat them? And if so, what is your go-to brand? Really, bro? Well, guess who's not gonna get rezzed? Really? Really? How much? That was just like a trolly ass thing to do, man. Hope that guy dies like 100 times trying to get back. Oh, the flashing. What I'm not looking forward to when I go to finish my my fishing is the fucking water flashing, dude. I don't know why, but ever since I bought this game, I've always had that water flash problem. Super frustrating. Yeah, that Tego guy is a troll and a half, man. He like starts fighting mobs and then just runs away and just kites them over to people and lets them attack the people. Since we're all just like sitting here AFK, he's like kiting mobs into us. If he kites another mob into me, I swear to God. I was way too concerned that I was about to get fucking... about to get fucking whacked by somebody. Ugh. Let this guy die. Yep. Let him die. A fucking idiot. Literally an idiot. He knows that target lunges, yet he attacks it and just stands there and watches it. Alright. Dame? 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 Like, AFK, sure, but like, at least fight. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. I think I missed out on a kill because he's an idiot. I love it. Screw that dude. Fucking troll and a half, bro. Alright. Back to vision. I think he died on his way back, which I'm happy about. He died again. I'm happy about it. Love it when trolls get what they deserve. So I think I'm either getting a sty in my eye or one of my ducts is clogged in my eyelid, because I don't know why, but yesterday, are you fucking kidding me right now? Can y'all stop getting me hit? Fucking troll and a half, dude. I'm just gonna keep letting you die. I'm not gonna help you in any way, shape, or form, but you're gonna keep fucking getting me hit while I'm trying to fish. Turn around, you idiot. Yeah, these things aren't resetting. just want to fish, bro. Yeah, I don't know why, but my eyelid hurts. It's weird. It's like, it's not red, it's not poofy. Like, I don't see anything like obviously wrong with it. It just, it hurts when I blink. Like right in the corner of my eye, like on the like the outer corner of my eye. It just hurts when I blink. And I don't know why. I don't know why those guys weren't retreating. $150. Let's go. 100 more levels to go. What you been up to today, Edge? Anyway. Like, how these guys are like legit AFK. Jesus, I don't know why I'm being focused so damn hard. That's crazy. Back division. Oh man. I'm just kind of curious what you guys are up to. That's what I was asking earlier, Edge, if like what your go-to. The fuck? Where'd that guy go? What? What your go-to like chicken nugget was? Because like I usually do Tyson, and like I was telling Dig earlier, is like normally I eat Tyson, but like the place I was at the other day only had Purdue, so I got Purdue, and I don't know, I'm torn on which one I like more. You playing Helldivers? Really? I didn't know you played Helldivers. Bro. I've never played Helldivers myself, but I didn't know you played it. Yeah, I don't know why my eye hurts. It's been bugging me since yesterday. Or should I say this morning, actually? I think it started bugging me this morning. According to Google, it could be dry eyes, it could be a clogged, like, eye duct, it could be a sty starting. You know, it could be bacteria in the eye, which I don't know where that would have came from. What up? What's going on, mate? I'm doing okay. I was just saying, my eyes bugging me a little bit. Like the outer part of my my eyelid, like so my right eye, the right part of my eye, right? So not like the inner part by my nose, but the outer part. For some reason, the eyelid hurts when I blink, just on that like corner part. And I don't know, it's been bugging me since this morning before I went to bed, and it's still bugging me a little bit. So I don't know. Other than that, I slept great. I actually got a pretty good night's sleep finally. The last couple days, I hadn't slept very well. Yeah, got up at like 10:30. Made some chicken nuggies, which once again, I'm kind of torn if I like these ones more than the other brand because it's a different brand than I normally get. But I had that. Did a little bit of dishes. Not really. I mostly just put the dishes in the dishwasher. Gotta wash the dishes when I get off stream. And then yeah, that's basically it. Got some water, feeling good, getting the grind on. See some people farming humans, so I decided to jump in, try and get some trophy parts. Because this is the hardest trophy farm. Other than the crafting trophies. Crafting trophies are the hardest by far. Well, the most RNG, which is why they're the hardest, because it's like the odds of you actually finding a piece is pretty much zero. At least here you're guaranteed to get a piece. It's just kind of hard to kill the guy, especially solo. Unless you have like a really high leech damage build. Oh man, but yeah, mate, my prints went kind of burr yesterday. Like I didn't take it before and after because that's just too much work. But I'm pretty sure my copper prints were like in the 100 mil somewhere. Like, not exactly 100 mil, but somewhere in the 100 mil, like 100 to 500 mil. And now it's like 3 trillion. Yo, what up, Topher? You gonna call it? Sounds good, Dig. Yeah, you got a lot of grind time in already, so it's like, yeah, might as well get a good night's sleep. Yeah. Yeah, you almost make me want to play WoW again, Dig, but I've been getting into old school RuneScape grinding lately, so that's probably not gonna happen. Come on. I need somebody else to target him so I don't get insta-gibbed. Hello? Level up the Void Gauntlet at the same time. Leveling up fishing in between. It's a good little use of time. Because if not, like, the problem with this farm is it takes so long for him to spawn. And I feel like sitting here doing literally nothing is a waste of time. So at least if I'm fishing and I'm maxing out my fishing level, like, at least that's something, right? At least I'm getting one profession done, gathering materials for the cooking profession. Like, I'm at least getting something done, which I'm okay with. And if I'm leveling up an alt weapon, like, that's at least something else getting off the list as well. Oh, that was your day, Topher. Yeah, I saw that you beat the A-bomb. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. You guys were spamming the crap out of the Eidolon channel last night. I was just like messaging him. I was trying to keep up, but you guys were talking so fast. I was trying to do the idle skilling stuff and play RuneScape, watch my anime, and like work at the same time, and it's just like message after message, like, bro, I can't keep up with this shit. Yeah, you and like social media, man, you just need to get off. Not that the stuff you find isn't hilarious, but God, man, you need to find something else to do with your time. Social media is like brain rot city, man. Got another new palette? Hell yeah, 2.2 minutes. It's pretty good. Pretty good. I still haven't gotten a single tier 8 plant yet. Zero progress on the plant front. But I haven't put a whole lot of effort into it. Like I said, I did my reprints. Pretty happy about that. I messed up on accident. I accidentally deleted one of my prints after I took it, and I was like, fuck it. I'm just gonna have no print for that guy. Because I guess for some reason I hit the delete button, right, so I can delete some things, right, and then I closed it all out and I was doing something, and then I was like, oh, I need to go and place my prints on my other guys, right? So I went to go place an oak print on one of my mages because he didn't have any prints selected, so I went to go place an oak print, and delete was still selected from the last time I was in there, and it deleted the print instead. I was a little pissed about that, but it's not that big of a deal, I guess. Because I just won't print oak prints on him. I'll just print everything else. But yeah, that shit pissed me off. But anyway, I got all my stuff printed. I got the World 7 stuff printed. I finished the vials. The vials were World 7 profession vials were completed. That was done. I maxed out the storage for them as well, so we can do some crafts, right? And then I gotta work towards the bars so I can actually make like the World 7 gear, but that's a different story. But yeah, I didn't take it very seriously at all, Topher. Remember what I thought? I did like 10% seriousness. Like, I printed in freaking troll gear, okay? I didn't even make Barbie gear or God Shard gear or whatever the recommended stuff was. I literally, like, if I didn't have like a profession outfit piece to put in that slot, it was troll gear. I didn't give a fuck. Like, I changed my chips, I changed my cards and my card set. I changed my ovals, but I didn't really have any ovals. I don't really have any skilling ovals, so like that didn't matter. And that's, oh, and I took off Royal Sampler on everybody. So now that nobody has Royal Sampler anymore. And then I just did my prints, like in my spec, you know. That's all I did. Oh, sorry. I take that back. I also obviously I made the best tool I could for everybody. So everybody has like for their specific profession, they have the highest tool that I could make. And then I put food and profession gear on, but if they didn't have a profession gear, then I didn't put it on. Like I didn't put on my Rex rings on any of my characters. I didn't like do any of that stuff. Right? All I did was I put on one of the capes. I put on like the rose cape, the AFK rose cape, and I put on AFK uh keychains. That's the only gear I put on any of the guys. And then I just put on whatever the profession food was. That's literally all I did. So I mean, I did a lot, but I didn't min max it in any way, shape, or form. Right? I didn't go and book any of my skills. I didn't like try and like upgrade all my gear and you know try and get like as much possible stats as possible. I didn't stone any of the gear I crafted. I did nothing. Yeah, I redid the V-Man specifically. Mate, the only reason I redid my V-Man was because last time I reprinted him, I only got 3 of my prints reprinted, so I only got Gmush, Gigas, and Sandpots. I didn't get my sheepies, and I wanted to print for the rest of my refining, so I needed the thermostat people and the Neptunes as well. I wanted to do World 6 slash World 7 couple mobs, but I couldn't with the time I had and the damage he has. I wouldn't be able to like really get any of the mobs from those, so I just said screw it. I didn't worry about it. I didn't even push World 5. Um, because my shit's too lacking right now. Uh, but I also wanted to take Royal Sampler off of them. So I reprinted mainly because I wanted to take Royal Sampler off of everybody. So going forward, I don't have to worry about it. News video done. Guy needs to come down and res. Oh my god. Fucking idiot. This group is literally full of dummies. Like, well, I guess full is a bad word. So our healer, I think he had died and he was coming back. And then, um, the tank was tanking but had nobody to heal him. So the healer wasn't healing because I guess he wasn't there. And then the one DPS is just standing up on a retreat spot, shooting the guy, sees that there's 2 people down, doesn't jump down to res anybody, just sits there and keeps pelting the boss. And like, I have aggro, all he has to do is jump down, res a dude, and we win that. All he has to do. Instead, he sits up there and just keeps pelting non-stop, trolling the fuck out of people. And then now we just lost one of the DPS. The Tego guy is a troll. Literally, either he's honestly just a stupid person in general, he has very little brain cells, or he's being a troll. One of those 2 things is true for him. He's already trolled me once. Doesn't mean he's dumb, but the way he's playing makes me think he's dumb. He doesn't know how to dodge like simple attacks. Like you know that this mob does a specific attack, but yet you stand there and let him still attack you. That lunge that he just did. Oh, that was fucked. That was fucked. I didn't expect the spear guy to hit me with that. That was unfortunate. I'm not even in it! Yo, hook a brother up. Yo, healer. Yo, AFK healer. Yo, AFK healer. Hello? Healer. Dumb shit. Idiot. Hello? 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 Can you res? That group fell apart because the healer went AFK. Cool. Cool. Totally worth my time. I got a couple kills. It's fine. Alright, let's catch up on what you guys are saying. Oh, like, healer literally fell asleep. I don't know what the fuck happened. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Give me a second. And then I'll watch that video that Topher posted and I'll catch up on chat. Give me a second, guys. Oh, alrighty then. That was a great time, Edge. I think I got like 3 kills, 4 kills. Let's see. I think I was at like 42 fragments before I went. We are now at 46. Yeah, I got 4 kills. But on the upside, we can go right back to mithril farming. I shouldn't have to fight anybody, technically. So we'll just do it this way. Alright. So we should be good. Alright, so we're gonna start with this place. And then we're gonna leave group, of course. All right, I want to catch up on chat, and then we'll get onto this running. I don't really know what the update's gonna add, mate. So I'm not like I never really get excited for updates personally. But you know, updates are always nice. Just because things change and you know things get updated and whatnot. Like so, it's not that I'm like excited per se, but you know, I would say I'm not opposed to it. New things are always cool. Yeah, so the only thing left for me, um, I have obviously the pickles, but I don't really count those. I have a couple more soul vials. I have two more refining vials. So I have the orange one and the pink one. I have the rare drop vials. And then I have Dreadleo and God Shard vials. Which those two kind of suck. And then I think it's World 7 from there. And I think of the World 7, the only ones I've done is the chopping and the mining one. Oh, and the catching. So I did those three. So I still have the combat ones. I still have the souls one. I still have the paper one, the spelunking one. So I still have a lot of vials to go. Don't count the river. Bro, those ones suck. Those ones are no bueno at all. Like, I think those ones are almost worse than like the trapping, like the shiny trapping vial. Cause like at least the shiny trapping vial is actually worse because it's like it will take you like no matter what you do, it will take you like a year or two. It's like ridiculous and how long that one's gonna take you. But the rare ones, at least you can technically candy them. So there's at least some leeway for completion. So what's the new palette give you? Oh, I need to do my luck song. Okay, let me do that really quick. Yeah, the more luck, the better. Let's go. And I kind of messed up when we had the shiny prince ballot because I was spending it to level the vial instead of just getting the green stack for it. I should have got the green stack and then um just waited to level the vial until I had like a whole ton of them and then keep my green stack, right? So basically just as long as I keep the green stack, I'm good to go. That's what I should have did, but you know, I screwed up. It's fine. Oh, you got a 58th on your thing while in pallet form? That's pretty crazy. I thought there was gonna be three update parts to World 7, from what I was kind of surmising from what people were saying, Tover. And if he unlocks the rest of the maps, that's fine. I mean, there could still be another update, you know, past unlocking maps. But yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Like, there's probably something in World 7 that is going to benefit everything in the game. I wouldn't put it past him, because just like alchemy, how alchemy touches everything in the game, I wouldn't put it past him to do something similar with another skill, or it gives benefits to everything. Because I mean, in theory, doesn't spelunking give like benefits to almost everything? Oh, I think the World 6 bugs would be easy for you. Like the bugs, I think would be really easy. I don't think that's hard for you to get done. But the rest of it, yeah, that's basically where I'm stuck, right? I mean, I did do the red vials, and I'm working on orange right now, like the red salt. I did red salt. That one's done. I currently have red and orange on auto refine. Because red's up to like level 500, orange is up to like level 200 or something like that. So they're already at like a decent level. I'm gonna level them more, but I have them on. Oh, here an ad. But yeah. Anyway, I have them on auto refine right now. Just because like I don't really care about the levels. I just want the vials done. Oh, okay. Can we get another mining piece? There's that. Go and hit the third spot. I think I need a fourth spot. Because I don't think this is long enough. We might need to find a fourth spot. I just don't know where to go for our fourth spot. Because that's 1, 2, and then the third one is a recall spot. So we recall on this one. Should be the end of the route. I need a fourth spot, I think. Something close to a teleporter that's easy to get to work with. That's more than 3 mobs. Or more than 3 nodes. I mean, we could settle for a 3-noder. Like maybe 2 3-noders. And like that could work out. It would be 2 extra teleports for 6 more ore. But it's better than not having all of them respawn, I guess. I don't know. We'll pull up the map. We'll take a quick gander at it again once we finish this section. Because not only are we working on purple gems, we're gem cutting and stone cutting. We're also working on cinnabar, hopefully, if we even get any. I don't even know if we've gotten any yet. So we can work on our weapon smithing. And technically you can do the same thing for armor and engineering. For like orichalcum stuff that takes metals, you can just do cinnabar. I guess that could have worked too. Cinnabar probably would have been the best way to go instead of farming all the iron. Interesting. I didn't think about doing that. Farming rare drops. Just not consistent. Welcome back. Yeah, mate. So I'm basically at the exact same point you are, except I have the World 6 bugs and I have all the bugs done. And I was saying that I think that's an easy one for you to get done. Like with where you're at, if you just took a simple like print or just let your guy AFK there for like a day, you could probably complete those vials pretty easily. And that'd just be 1 or 2 extra vials just done for you. But yeah, I got the red salt vial done just because instead of just leveling it up, I said screw it, I'm gonna put it on auto refine for a little while. And like, because it already level like 500, right? So I didn't mind if like I was off by a few levels, right? Or if I wasn't leveling it for a short while. So I put it on auto refine for a little while just so I can get the salt vial done. And I left it on auto refine while I did the orange one, which is what I'm doing right now. So I'm gonna just auto refine them while I finish the salts vials, and then I'm gonna put them back to level progressing after that. It's just so much easier than having to like baby it and like babysit it so much just to get the vials done. So that's what I'm doing with them. It's kind of worth it just to get the extra vials out of the way. Because like, even if you're like, I mean, obviously you're you know, depending on what level your salts are at, right? Mine were like 300 or 500. Like mine are pretty leveled already, so I didn't really worry that much about it. So like I said, I auto refined mine. I'm still auto refining my oranges to finish my oranges, and then I'll do my pinks next. But yeah, that's what I'm working towards right now. Problem is when they're on auto refine, you really have to actually be currently printing the materials for it, or you will run out really fast. Oh yeah, you need to level it. Yeah, that makes sense. Wait, what do you mean you don't have slots for the bugs? What are you printing in your bug slots? Like requirement wise, right? Like what do you need to be printing in your bugs to constantly be printing? Are you doing it for like atoms or something? Like I'm just trying to understand like why you can't temporarily put on like a World 6 bug in one slot just to get the vial done and then switch it back. That's what I did. I put it on for like 1 or 2 hours and I had the vial done. Because, you know, a couple 100 mil print or like a 10 mil print doesn't take very long to get to 1 billion when you have 6 times prints going on. There's our first Cinnabar proc. Jesus. It's actually wild it took that long. Alright, then we head over here. But yeah, I think you should probably spend some time trying to level up your red salt. Or your salt in general. Like, is it just something you don't check every day? Because it should be something you check every day you log in. Because once you get it to a high enough level, it maxes out, right? So it all like 1 million is the max that it can hold at one time. But once you get to the 1 million max, every time you level it, it lowers how fast it takes you to get to max. So it might take you 20 hours, and then you level it. Now it's like 19.5 hours, and then you level it again. Now it's like 19 hours. So it's like at a certain point, you just check it once or twice a day, and you get levels. It's really easy, especially if you have 2 times refining now from one of the pets or whatever. You get the double refining speed. That's pretty huge. You get all the other refining speed increasements. Yeah. So it's one of the neglected items. Gotcha. It's fine. It won't take you long. Like I said, once you get it up to, I would say like, I don't know, maybe a little over 100, it starts going so fast that you can check it pretty regularly. I think mine, with what level it is at, I think it takes it like less than an hour or something like that to level. So in theory, I could level mine up multiple times a day now. All right, so we did pretty good. All right, so okay, so we're gonna pull up the map and see if we can add in a few zones, because that's not long enough to reset all the ore in the route, right? It's long enough to reset the smaller nodes, but not the bigger nodes. So we're gonna try and find another spot or two to throw in there. Yeah, well, so salt production and salt speed kind of, in my opinion, go hand in hand. If your speed is, let's say, 10 seconds to produce X amount of salts, but you're doubling the amount that you're making, it's not so much increasing the speed, but it does decrease the amount of time it takes to get to max. So it indirectly is increasing the speed. So if it normally takes you an hour to level, but now you're having double production, now it takes you 30 minutes. It doesn't give you speed, but it speeds you up. Does that make sense? It's an indirect speed increase. That's what I'm getting at. So let's move this over here. And let's pull up Mithril. Alright. So we're going to pull it up here first. But, so right now we are currently doing this patch. This patch. And this patch. So this doesn't exist anymore. So this is not really on the table. This, I have to go here, run all the way up, all the way across to do this one. So I feel like this isn't on the table. This is only 2 nodes. It might be 3, but like the fast travel, there might be one here. Double check. There might be one there. There's one here and the nodes are here, so it's not too close. These are death in a bottle. This, if it's only 2, it's not too bad, but like, I'm looking for something more because that one is, where is this? Oh, it's right here. So it's not, once again, not too close to a top fast travel. All right. That is literally Death Cave. Anything down here is probably not worth it for solo purposes. This one's so far from a fast travel. This one might be doable. I'd have to check it because there's usually a mob padding through that. That's too far. These are so spread out. I don't know if that's worth it. I mean, it could be because we can go boom, 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 and then out. We could do that. This is death. This is possible. But once again, it's not really near a fast travel. I'd have to go all the way out and then all the way back, which is what I'm trying to avoid. Because like at least this, I can just hit these and just run over to the fast travel. That's not too bad. This could be an extra 5 that we could pick up. This one, not really near a fast travel. I think there's a fast travel here. Or is it here? I think it's here. But then if I was to do this and do this loop, I would have a fast travel to get out. Right? Yeah. I'd have to fast travel to here. I'd have to run up past these mobs, do this loop with these mobs, and then get out. I mean, not too bad. I mean, there isn't fast travel there. It is an okay amount. This is in a little cave where I have to kill mobs for, which this isn't too terrible. It isn't too far from a fast travel, but it is a little ways. This is in a bad spot. Bad spot. No fast travels. No fast travel. No fast travel. I think the only one that is near a fast travel, or at least has a fast travel close to where I can get in and out, is this one. Because I can teleport to one, run this, probably not run into too many mobs, and then I can teleport out. The other option is Night Haven. Right? So Night Haven has a lot of teleporters. But we're looking down here, right? That looks like it's right next to a fast travel. So we could try this one. That's 3. There might be mobs there. Down here, I don't have the fast travel, but that's probably not the best place. Over here, it is near fast travel. That's also a possibility. These Night Haven ones might be worth it. We can try some of these Night Haven ones. Then there's another one up here. I wouldn't trust this one. There's one over here, but I think that's probably not worth it. Alright, so we can try some of these Night Haven ones. Alright, so first one was here. Alright, so we're going to do a loop around Night Haven, it looks like. We can do 3 Night Haven places, or 4 Night Haven places. That'll add an extra 3 node, or teleports, but more nodes. What's the exotic update going to give us? I don't know what side this is. I think it's on the west side. I think it's over here. Alright, so this one's pretty easy. I'm okay with this one. Gotta remember the route. Like I said, with how many teleporters there are, I'm gonna run out of Azoth with all these teleports. That's the one downside of doing it like this. This many teleports, I'm gonna run out of Azoth because I don't get a lot of Azoth from doing this. Also not getting a lot of Cinnabar, which is actually kind of upsetting. At this rate, I'm not getting as much XP as I would have liked per hour. I thought I'd get more Cinnabar. I haven't gotten very lucky with the Cinnabar procs. I've gotten 1 Cinnabar proc so far. That's pretty terrible. Alright, so there's that one, and then there was this one. And this one... can't tell where they're actually at with how zoomed out I am. Yeah, I remember the moon's only giving an hour. And there's going to be a free event. Bean Pet? That's all I see. Something about a new pet. And the ether stones. So I mean, unless you put it in like the spoiler hidden box thing, I don't know why we're waiting to do our exotics. Why can't I get up there? What the? Okay, let's try it this way. Okay, I guess that's one way to do it. I never known you have to do that, but that's fine. Yeah, I'm kind of annoyed that I haven't gotten any Cinnabar. I'll be completely honest. I got 1 proc of Cinnabar. And all these mithril nodes. Right, we got 1 more to try. Okay. Yeah, because I say the from what I read, other than the highlighted spot that you like hid with the little thing, I didn't click on that. I didn't see anything to do with the exotic, so. There's this one, but it's kind of further away. I don't know if this one's worth it. We'll see. If I mount up and run over, it might not be too bad. It's east. Like right down here. I don't know if it's down there. This is the problem with doing something new, is you have to figure it out. Looking for orange rocks. Oh, maybe it's up here. Oh, yeah, it's up here. Fucking hell. Give me some cinnabar, please. I mean, I know the boxes from leveling will give me some cinnabar. Well, maybe. Possible. But Jesus. Like, no fucking cinnabar. Anyway, so like I said, this one isn't the best one. But, I mean, I can just... Yeah, it's like right off the road, so it's not too terrible. Basically just run down the road and I just hook like right into it. It's not too bad. Was there more people doing human? Totally down for doing that as well. Oh, thank you. Plus 2 more weekly exotic market purchases for farming, and the first few purchases cost no crops. I mean, so it's not that you can't or you shouldn't. It's just like, why waste the product? Is that what you're getting at, more or less? Got your last one. Nice, Topher. Nice. All right. Well, there's that, and then we'll head over here and we'll start our loop back over. That makes sense, though. Like I said, it's not that you have to wait for it, but like you don't want to waste your beans, or not your beans, but your crops, right? Because like if you buy it now, you'll use up all your crop. But if you wait, then you know you can hold on to your crop and still get the upgrade. That makes sense. Kind of annoyed that I got one cinnabar proc out of that whole run. That's kind of actually crazy to think of. With how much luck I have on this build. Like, it's all mining luck. Except for my boots, which I need to make. We need to make mining boots when we can. I got someone wrote X-Human. A bunch of us responded. And no group was started. Got to get another proficiency level though. That's actually pretty insane. That goes to 49. And what's even crazier is I'm about to hit level 49 proficiency level in fucking mining, and I still have only obtained one pattern. For the outfit. Like, it's just crazy. Super unfortunate. A lot of gems though, which is good because that'll help us with our stone cutting when we get double XP. Like we don't have to do double XP, but I want to. So I'm just gonna wait for double XP to do it. There's no point in not waiting, honestly. I jumped a smidgen early. Alright, we're good. I think we're good with this mithril rotation. There's the precision, or the pack that we're looking for. But here's the actual dilemma though. Is like, I think I've only proc Cinnabar once, which is a huge problem because we're farming this specifically for Cinnabar. And if we're not going to get any Cinnabar procs, one, that means we can't do the daily procs. We can't do the daily crafts because we need Cinnabar to do that. And we can't use the Cinnabar for crafts. So I wonder if we actually have better drop chances of Cinnabar from Orichalcum. I felt like Orichalcum was bad because it didn't drop it in as much bulk and the gems were worse. But if it drops it more often, it'll make up for the fact that the bulk isn't as high. Alright, so there's that. Alright, so if we still only get one drop from this rotation, and we extended the rotation, I think we'll try out Orichalcum. Because there's a lot more Orichalcum to go around. Orichalcum's a lot easier to deal with. Like, just between this route here and the route on top of our cave. Like, I don't know if that's a long enough rotation, but just those two alone give way more Orichalcum than we are getting mithril right now. Oh. I'm honestly tempted to start doing Zenith cluster farming, but I think I want to level up my statues before I Zenith cluster, because I don't get as many statues as most people do, right? Not getting trillions of statues, but I do think that I'm getting millions, and even getting a couple Zenith clusters to level up a couple of my Zenith clusters a couple times would give me an extra umph on the account, which is worth it. But I need to get my statues closer to 400 level, I think, before I do that. Because I think before level 400, like, I just get so many more levels from the statues that the statue levels themselves will give me more umph than the cluster would. Because, like, the first one is, like, one Zenith cluster to get, like, a statue bonus. Like, statues are stronger or something like that. Like, okay, well, if the statue's already giving me 100,000, you know, like, damage or whatever, bring it up by, like, a multiplier, like, seems strong. Alright, they're getting into a world tour, which is not too bad of an idea. Ugh. Yeah, I think at this rate, I would get more XP just from converting all this mithril into bars. And I can't help it, man. I'm always yawning. I get more XP, I think, just from making the bars and just crafting. So thanks for the hydrate. We've almost emptied our water already. I've just been chugging water. Let us... Went to the store today? For $1? Oh, like the single ones? Yeah, it seems like a pretty solid deal. Yeah, sometimes, like, so the funny thing is, me and the wife only buy things that are on sale. Either clearanced or on sale. You know how stores that they'll put something on sale to bring in traffic so they can, like, so people will buy other things? We are those assholes that come in just for the on sale item and then leave. Like, screw all that nonsense, man. I'm there for the cheap shit. Wait, did somebody here to take all the ore here? Bro. Who's mining my mithril? Get out of here. Someone must have been running through here getting something. And just stole the mithril while they were here. They didn't take this one, and they didn't take the one that was on top, so... Must have been here for another reason. I didn't see one, because there's usually like a big one on top, and then there's like 3 or 4 like smaller ones where I was standing, and all I saw was the glowing like vat. I didn't see it in any actual rock. Yeah, it's usually one like this size that was on top. That's why I was like looking behind me. I was like looking up on the thing. There's usually one up top. Like a bigger one up top. And that one was gone. Well, I figured, fuck it, I'll just move on to the next one. But yeah, we didn't get a single cinnabar proc on this, so I'm actually going to go and try Orichalcum. Even though we're not going to get gems from Orichalcum. But if we get more cinnabar, like, that's the goal. Because I think we've gotten 15 cinnabar through these 2 rotations. Granted, it wasn't 2 full rotations. It was like the 1.75 rotation. Because I added the extra rotation to the beginning of this one. Nah. I don't need luck. I need consistency. Like, look at this. I got 15 cinnabar in 2 rotations. Alright. So we're gonna go and do... We're gonna go do the Orichalcum. We're gonna see if we can get more than 15. Because I'll show you, like, the problem with this is, like, it's not that we got cinnabar, right? Like, we obviously want that. But that 15 cinnabar is 1 craft. And that just took us, like, 30 minutes. To do 1 craft. In that 30 minutes, I could have ran an iron route, grabbed some wood and some leather, and I could have crafted, like, 100 weapons. Right? But now... Yo, what up, Colt? But now... I can do 1 of these. Because I got 15. So it would cost me 10. That'd be 1.5 of these. Right? Because then I would just use this, and I would use this. So I'd get 1.5 crafts, which is 15k. 15k for those 30 minutes versus this, I'd be able to do about 100 to 150 crafts of this. So just put 2 zeros. That's like 36,000 XP. So I actually would have done more work if I just would have not have done Mithril. Let's try Orichalcum. See if we can get more than 15 in 30 minutes. So we're going to do a couple rotations. We're going to go to 1:30 because it's about to be 1 o'clock. And we'll see how much cinnabar we get in 30 minutes. I want to say one crafting session between doing an iron route and getting some wood and leather takes us about 30 minutes, roughly. Maybe a little longer. And if 30 minutes would give us roughly 36,000 to 50,000 XP, we're trying to beat that. But what's going on? Oh, it's Oyster? Sorry, I called you Colt because I thought that I was an L. What's going on? Welcome in. Appreciate you. We're going to have an ad in a few seconds here, so if you get hit with it, let me know. If you don't, you know, obviously, keep chatting. But I appreciate you being here. Hope you're having a good time. Hope you're enjoying your day. Thanks for joining into the stream. Hope you enjoy. We're just chilling. We're working on weaponsmithing right now. Trying to get any other miscellaneous things done at the same time. So if there's some human farms that pop up, we'll be jumping into human farms. Stuff like that. Oh. Come on, Cinnabar. Yeah, you're gonna play it for a little while before they close the doors? Already 15 cinnabar. Alright, perfect. Already off to a good start. Oh, you don't know? Oh my, you were behind. So they gave us this release in the like middle of January or the beginning of January, in the middle of January, 2 weeks after they gave us this DLC, they announced that the game was closing down and they were no longer providing updates. So the game is going to be shut down January 20 or January 30th of 2027. So you have roughly 11 months, 10 to 11 months to actually play the game, unless someone purchases it and continues on with it. But Amazon has officially closed the doors on the game. So the player base is pretty much dwindled to almost nothing. I think there's like, on average in the middle of the night, there's roughly probably 1,000 players playing between the different regions. There's not a ton of people playing. But that just means there's more resources to go around for the people that do want to play. So if you have something you want to get done, if you have any goals you've never been able to complete and you wanted to, you know, get them done before the game, you know, shuts down, best time is now. And at the end of the day, it's like, just because the game's shutting down doesn't mean you can't still have fun. It just means that there's less people to go around to do whatever it is you want to do with. But as long as you're having fun doing whatever it is you wanted to do, then there's no reason not to play the game. What it boils down to. Alright, so we've already gotten more more cinnabar in this one Ori run that we haven't even finished it than we did in the 2 runs of Myth. So I think cinnabar is best done with Orichalcum. Not that you can't do it with Mithril, because depending on your goals, Mithril gives more XP, Mithril gives better gems, and it can give cinnabar. But if you want cinnabar specifically, Orichalcum is your man. It is your go-to. Hopefully you even heard anything I just said, Koister. Yep, most of us are in that same boat. Most of the people that still want to play the game, Koister, are in the same boat as you. Like, I think I have 1,800 hours in this game. Yeah, 1823. So I'll probably hit over 2,000 hours before the game goes down, because I'm just trying to finish up this Ironman playthrough, and then I'm going to switch games. I just wanted to make sure I completed everything that I've ever wanted to complete on this game before it shuts down. So that's why I'm still playing it. Most people have took a break and left because they're like, well, if the game's shutting down, I'm not going to have any content to make. So most of the content creators left to go play other games to build their, their brand on other games, instead of sticking it out with a dead game. And with the content creators leaving, most of their fan base left, and most of the other players left with them, because if 50% of the population leaves, the other 50% leave with them because there's no one to play with, right? They see a sinking ship and they all leave. So that's kind of like what ended up happening, which is why we have no players now. But people have a glimmer of hope that Face Punch is possibly going to buy it. I don't share their sentiments in this, but the short of that situation is, after Amazon announced that they were shutting the doors, a couple of days later or a week later, Face Punch sent a message on Twitter saying they'd offer him $25 million for New World. And then a week later, oh, sorry, let me rephrase that. After he sent that message, a few days later, Ashes of Creation announced that they were dead, right? They had all that drama happen and they died. And then when they died, a couple days after that, Face Punch sent another tweet saying that they were currently signing an NDA and they couldn't speak about it, but they were in talks with an unknown company for an unknown game. And that was all they had said about it. So people are thinking it's New World. Like, the New World fans are thinking it's New World. Ashes are thinking it's Ashes. Everybody's just, people are just surmising, well, what game is it? At the end of the day, we have no fucking idea what game company they're talking to. It could be fucking Nintendo for all we know. We have no idea what game it is and what it's for. So people can, theory all they want, but at the end of the day, until something is said, we don't know. But like I said, if you're having fun playing the game, play the game. If you're not having fun playing the game, don't play the game. Like I said, at the end of the day, you have 10 to 11 months to, do anything you want to do in the game. And I do know, I've heard it on some bigger streamers' streams, like Asmongold and some other people, that they will be coming to New World at the end of the doors closing to give it one last hurrah with that, or like for their sake and for like their viewers. So it's gonna have a surge of players towards the end, I think, from a few bigger streamers coming to the game just to get one last hurrah in. But other than that, like, you're gonna have like no player base. So if you want to do OPRs, they'll probably be a little spread out. There'll be like good times and bad times to play it. If you want world tours, you have to put them together yourself, most likely. If you want raids, they happen, but they're kind of infrequent at best. So either putting them together yourself or finding a group that does run them. I do know there was a viewer in here the other night that says that they run raids every Tuesday, but it's getting harder and harder to find people to run the raids, they said. So it just really depends on what you're trying to get done. And at the end of the day, like, yeah, I'm hoping that even if they do shut the doors and they pack it up and put it in the closet, pack it away, that at some point someone gets together and either reboots it or purchases it and brings it back to online. Because I mean, we've heard those stories of like super old school games, right, that have been dead for years, 10 plus years, and fans have gotten together to raise some money to purchase the IP, to re-release it on like private servers or whatever. Like, we've heard those stories for like older games. I mean, New World has the potential for that. The only problem I see with purchasing New World as a company, right, is you're going to spend a buttload of money purchasing the IP. Now, once you purchase the IP, you have kind of two options, in my opinion. You have option one, that is to just launch the game in its current state, right? Put it out in like however it currently is sitting, and just boom, game's still out. People would be relatively happy. Or you take that time to try to feng shui it to fit your playstyle, right? The way you want the game to be. So what I mean by that is quality of life that might be missing, nerfs and buffs that might be missing, things that you think are clunky or need some attention, right? And if you're going to go that route, you're spending a lot of money fixing it, because you have to deep dive and analyze the code from bottom up, figure out how to even change what you want to change, and then make the changes and make sure they, you know, they don't break anything else. So now you bought an expensive game that you're now spending money fixing, and you're not making any money off of it, and it's not being playable, right? So you have, it's one of those, it's one of those things. Do you just release it and you try to start making your money back and then work on it in the background, or do you just, you wait to put it out until you fix it? It's like, what's one of those things? But I can already say right now, we've been at this for about 10 minutes and we've already gotten a shit ton of Orichalco or Cinnabar in comparison. Because there are a few things that this game could benefit from tweaking and making better, and things that they could take from other games and implement into it to make the game just feel so much better. They could add, like, this game has an amazing core, has an amazing base to work with. It's just figuring out how the code is coded to be able to actually edit it and fix it and add things to it, nerfs and buffs included. If the company is large enough and has enough funding to be able to do that, I think the game could actually do extremely well. But once again, it would cost a lot more money than just purchasing and re-releasing it. Okay, so we're gonna have to find a third rotation because that's not fast enough. Yo, Gdor, yo. So I was gonna ask you for some help / tips on my dog shit ass old school character to make some money, so I could get the obsidian armor because I had 5 mil. Just saved up from stuff I had done. And I was looking at money making guides, and most of them were very unlucrative for what I could do. Yo, what up, Giggle? And I was like, screw it, I'll just go and farm some obsidian armor. And I realized I wasn't strong enough to farm obsidian armor. So we just bought it. I don't remember which trash drops you were talking about, but I'm just saying, like, I could pick up loot. Like, I could go and just pick up bolts and darts and stuff from the gemstone crab that people leave on the ground. I could always pick those up and make some money. Okay, we need to find a third orichalcum because I have 2 orichalcum spots. I don't want an annoying orichalcum. I just want a simple. Let's just pull up the map. We'll just. I know of a few other places, but I want something close. Teleport. I don't have to like do a whole lot of running. Let's pull up some orichalcum. Let's look at the map. Let's do some chatting. Okay, so there's a few down here. Not very good. Not very good. Not going down here. Definitely not. See, there's not a whole lot. Okay, and that's not great. Okay, obviously that's insane. I don't want to run. I mean, we could go down here, but I just don't want to have to deal with all the mobs. And I don't want to have to deal with all these mobs either. Or these mobs, so those aren't really ideal. Evan Scale is like the next best place, I think. And I'm thinking like there is this, but like you have to wrap so far to do it. That's what a lot of people do. We do have Nighthaven though. Nighthaven, this doesn't look bad, but it looks like it's around a bunch of mobs. Like I have to kill a bunch of mobs for that, but I don't think that's too terrible. Cause like, let's look at this. Nighthaven might be a good spot. Like I don't know if it's more loot than what we're currently getting. But we do need one extra spot because there's this one, right? So there's 3. There's this spot, and this spot. Technically, there's more right here as well. All of them have mobs in them. I'm just curious on which ones we can like ninja, right? If like, because some of them have a lot of mobs in them, and some of them don't have that many mobs. VY recycling. It made the list, did it? All right, when you get back, let me know. Because like I said, I'm okay with some like AFK ideas. I'm okay with like, it doesn't have to be super lucrative, right? Because I'm not a high combat level. I have no good combat stats. I have no good skilling stats. Like, and I'm okay with reprocessing. I'm okay with bank standing. I'm okay with like not getting EXP. I just need money. I need a way to like make some money, kind of easily. Because what I don't know if you can hear me, but I was basically, I was buying herbs. So I unlocked herb lore. I bought Guam herbs and I put them, I cleaned the grimy. I put them into, so I cleaned the grimy into clean, and then I, put them into potion or vials of water. So I made unfinished potions for it. And I sold those. And that made me some money. I think I made like 100 or 200k from that. And then I did the same thing with thorium. So I made like 3 or 400k, but it took me like an hour, which isn't bad. 3 or 400k for an hour with somebody without like good stats, I feel like it's pretty solid. But if there's other ways that we could like, you know, AFK something to make money, or if we can add more profits on top of all of that, like I'm down, right? What's going on, Giggle? Oh yeah, the first time. Like the nice thing is like I don't know when the last time you played Cloister, but they've added so much quality of life to the game, like being able to like group up without actually being there, you know, being teleported to the dungeon instead of having to like navigate to it. All right, so this place isn't the best. Like there's not a lot of mobs, but most of the stuff I think is inside, and it's a lot of running around, and they're not close together. Like this is actually not too bad. There's 3 of them right here. So when Gidor gets back, hopefully we can talk about it a little bit. My problem was like I was looking at money making guides, and there wasn't a whole lot of like ways to make money that didn't involve like combat. Because almost all the good money making methods are combat related. Which is annoying. So it's the same map, but some things are changed. So First Light was removed and was changed into Elysium Wilds. That was one of the changes made. They just added the zone that I'm in. So they added it next to Ebonscale. It wasn't a thing before. That was just added with this new DLC. And then they revamped Cutlass Keys to being a high level zone. This new update as well. So it's literally what you remember, but with just slight tweaks, right? Like how I'm just shooting through this mob. Fucking wonderful. What a hit registry. Alright, so this isn't a great one. I got like what, 8 Orichalcum out of this. Ended up having to fight 2 mobs. Not too terrible. What about this one? I'll try this one, because if I teleport here and just run over to that one, that's not too bad either. I just need something as a small extension for a few extra nodes while I wait on the other ones to respawn. Because let's see, we have 3 here. That's pretty nice. If you have any questions, if you need any help, Koister, if you need some like breaking down, or you know, just feel free to ask. That's kind of like what we're here for. Because so many quality of life and so many things were changed and updated since you last played. Like just between like the release of the game and Brimstone was a night and day difference. And then after Brimstone, they came with Elysium Wilds, which gave us the mounts. And then after Elysium Wilds came out this. So they've been adding to the game quite a lot. There's new dungeons, there's new weapons. They changed up some of the talents and some of the you know, things. All right, so this one doesn't seem good either. It was 3 on the outside. Most of the rest are probably on the inside. Unless they're underneath this stuff that I can't see. So not really great. All right. Where's another good spot to do? I mean, at the end of the day, like I could just wait. Like I don't have to like like infinitely farm. Could just do a run, hit some trees, wait, you know. Wait for this stuff to respawn. It's just I don't like waiting. Yeah, the competition's actually not too bad. The problem is like certain ores are still contested. Like lodestone still has I still have a problem with lodestone. Like lodestone is just go fuck yourself. All right, so that doesn't seem great. None of these seem very good. Like this one's easy, but there's a bunch of mobs to fight. This is North Edmund scale. Oh, that's Nighthaven. Sorry, this is where we just were. So I mean, there is this, but it's only 4 nodes. Not really near fast travel. Brimstone's kind of in the same boat. Like you just gotta fight for it all. And there's this, but once again, not really near fast travel. Like all the good stuff is like in combat zones, which like I'm not opposed to combating. I just I want fast and easy, you know? Like that's the real thing about it is like if I can run somewhere and not have to combat for it, it just makes it so much easier. Like these two spots alone are just busted. So I mean I guess that's just what we stick to. Fuck it. We won't worry about we'll just yeah. Deal with the respawn rates, honestly. Fine. Well, what's going on, Jukas? Welcome in, man. Hope you're doing well. How's life? What you been up to? Yeah, that's what I was doing, Jidor. So, like I said, so I just unlocked Herblore. So I had level 3 Herblore. So I started with Guam. You know, I bought 1,000 Guam. I bought 1,000 vials. I think I spent 200,000, something like that, on the herbs and the vials. The vials were really cheap. They're like 4 each. And then I think I sold them for like 100, 150k extra. Not too bad. And then I was like level 18 Herblore at that point. So I bought Thorium. And I just sold the clean Thorium so somebody else can turn them into potions. And then now that I'm like level 22 Herblore, I'm going to try. I want to move on to like a good herb. Right? A really needed herb for high tier stuff. So like Ranners, you know, Irrits, things like that. I want to get to those ones. And once I get to those, I think I'll make more money. But yeah, making unfinished potions I'm okay with. I couldn't figure out how to close my bank though, because in RS3 all you do is hit the escape key and it closes your bank, but I couldn't get the bank to close unless I click the X button. Is there like a obviously I don't use Runelight, so maybe that's why it won't close, but I don't know. Chilling, playing them on Stardew? Hell yeah, let's go. So Snapdragon's in a good one as well. Okay. So it's in Runelight. Okay, yeah, it's fine. I won't be using Runelight because I don't like using that kind of stuff. But that's fine. If that's where it exists. That's where it exists. It's not a big deal. I just hit the X button. But yeah, I was just wondering because I was like, man, I wanted to hit escape to close it, but I couldn't. But yeah, I'm fine with bank standing and just doing cleaning, like, because I don't mind cleaning the herbs. It gives me some EXP. I buy them. I buy the grimies for cheaper than I buy the cleans, and then I get a profit for cleaning them, and I get the EXP, and then I can put them into potions to extend the profit even further. I'm fine for that. That's like an easy money maker for me. If I can make a couple 100,000 gold an hour doing that, I'm down. Because I'm not trying to make a shit ton of money. I'm trying to make enough money to purchase some upgrades. So like I said, I had just enough money to buy full obsidian armor with the necklace and the weapon. So I'm sitting at crab with 60 attack, 60 defense, and 64 strength. And I'm farming strength XP using the obsidian weapons. Because according to Google, the obsidian gear is one of the top weapon sets to use for farming melee XP at the crab. Mainly because you don't have to repair it. And yes, like Darok's axe is slightly better if you can keep your HP down, or the blood whatever moon thing is also better. But both of those have like repair costs and stuff. So I went with cheap, easy, consistent. I don't have to worry about repairing. I don't have to worry about costing money. I just show up, whack, 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 get some, some XP and just move on with my day. So we bought that just so we can do that. Worst case scenario, we can turn around and sell it and make most of our money back when we're done leveling up our stuff, just to buy like starter combat gear. But that's currently where we're at with that. It's not too bad. It works. But the goal is like, I want to try and get to like, I would like to get 99 strength, obviously. And then I'd like to push my attack and defense to like at least 90, if not 99. It's probably all I'm going to do is probably just going to like AFK combat there nonstop and just max out my melee stats. I might just max out all my combat stats sitting there just AFKing before I even really play the game. But if I want to make money, yeah, I think bank standing, leveling up my herb lore by cleaning herbs and making unfinished potions is a really good way to go about it. Because until I have high combat and good gear, I can't really do most money making methods. And without like my herb lore being high level, or some of like my rune craftings and things like that being high levels, a lot of the money making guides are just out of the question. But I always know in RuneScape that you can always make money no matter what your level is by doing reprocessing or ground looting. Those are always two easy ways to make money no matter what form of the game you're playing, because people are lazy. Picking up items off the ground in certain locations like planks and bones, like that's easy money making, because selling those materials to people that need them is easy, right? Just like making planks in general is easy. Even though it costs you money, you still make a profit because nobody wants to run back and forth doing it, and most of the people don't want to do make plank either because it takes too long to unlock the skill. But like reprocessing, like making potions, for example, like unfinished potions, is probably one of the easiest to make money on, purely just because you don't make XP from it, and no one wants to spend the time doing it for not making any XP. So it's really good, easy money making there. Same thing with cleaning the herbs. Most people don't want to spend the time cleaning the herbs, so they just sell bulk dirty herbs because they just don't feel like cleaning them because they don't give that much XP. But I was looking for any other reprocessings we can do other than potion making, because if I do potions for too long and I flood the market, right, I'll have to find something else to sell. So like if I make like 100,000 rare potions and I make like 100,000 snapdragon potions and no one's buying them because I flooded the market too hard, I need something to swap to. Because like supposedly you can make money doing dragon darts to poisoned plus dragon darts, but the profits per dart is so low, it's like not even really worth my time. Unless I make my own poison plus pluses. And supposedly making poison plus plus is a profit. Or weapon poison plus plus. If I make those, supposedly that's a small profit. And if I take that small profit and I combine it into the dart profit, it'll make it like a decent double profit, but it's still not a lot. Like I think every dart makes like 30 GP profit, and you make 5 at a time, so you're making like a little less than 200 GP per profit per craft. I mean, granted, you can craft fast and you can do a lot of darts in an hour, but it's like you need a ton of resources, a ton of materials, and it's a lot of clicking to like make a ton of darts. And I feel like that's just not worth the effort. When I can semi AFK cleaning herbs and just sell clean herbs to people that want a potion make, or I can put them into potions and make unfinished potions, and once again make even more money. Because that's why I buy the grimies. It's like double profits. You buy the grimy and you clean it, that's already a profit in itself, and then you take the clean and you put it into unfinished potions and you make even more profit. I mean, yes and no. I have a tendency to overdo things. So there was a point where that was true, right? People were buying like 50,000 potions a day, right? Or 100,000 potions a day. This is in RuneScape 3, right? And I remember I made like 50 million of a potion. And that shit sat for like 6 months because I flooded the market like with a massive, like just upfront fucking mass amount. No one needed any for a while. Like the people that were buying them, they bought as many as they needed and they didn't need any more going forward. And that's why I was saying is like at a certain point, like if I put 1,000 in and 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 I put 1,000 in there, hour after hour, day after day, it'll probably get bought. And I probably won't ever run into a point where I flood the market too hard, because there's a lot of people making these potions for combat and they're burning through them and they need to buy them all the time. And there's a lot of people leveling up, so it's always a thing. So it's just like I probably won't run into that problem in old school, but I know in like other games I've played, I've run into that problem a lot because I always overdo everything. I'm way too ambitious. Yeah, old school flipping isn't too bad of an idea. It's just you got to find the right items to do it on, especially with the taxes taken into consideration. That's always a problem too. Yeah. I've had feathers in for fucking ever, and they have not bought for a very long time. I also have fire runes in as well. Yeah. I have them in for 3 and they just don't buy. But yes, the only reason I went to 3 to sell for 5 is because like you were saying, like, oh, what I was saying before is like the taxes. So if I buy it for 4 and then they take the taxes when I sell for 5 and I just sell it for 4, then I don't make any money. That's why like I try to go one below, because if I try and sell one for 5, the taxes usually takes like a GP, so I only get 4 GP worth. Tax under GP. Okay, I wonder if they changed that, because this was years ago when I did it. That I felt like there was 1 GP tax on like everything under a certain percentage. So I wonder if they changed it. All right, welcome. I'll see you when you get back. All right. So we now have some cinnabar to work with. Salvage all of that. Give us a bunch of ori. That's what we want. We want the ori because I don't want to make the ori, honestly. Upgrading the ori into mithril is fine. Getting the cinnabar is also pretty easy. So, but that pushed us to 167. We got like what, 1 level from that? That's kind of awful. All right, let's drop the ori on the ground. This on the ground. All right, we'll go back. Yeah, so the cinnabar is much better from Orcop, for sure, much better. Now we will still probably pick up this mithril while we're here. Oh, for one, it's another chance at some ori or some cinnabar, but it also is going to give us more purple gems. And we gotta wait for the ori to come back anyway, so. Like I said, some of it will come back because it's small nodes. but not all of it. Yeah, like this stuff up here, it's bigger nodes, so it takes a while for it to come back. Thing is, I'll probably just have to rotate back and forth, and like I'll probably get all the small ones every time, but I'll only get the big ones every other time, which is fine. But we'll add this little extension of doing the mithril while we're at it too. We'll come up, do the mithril, and then we'll go down and start the Ori run every time, probably. Just to try and extend the duration a little bit. Getting a lot of life motes though. That's the one nice thing about doing this type of grind. So when you have the motes, you can farm a ton of motes. I just wish I had more motes. Like pickaxes with motes. It would make it much better. Or time. All right, after this rotation of Ori, I'm gonna go get some more water. And we're gonna have an ad in a minute here as well, so. Be a little twofer. We'll finish this up, and then we'll, like I said, we'll let the ad play through. I'll go get some water, and you guys won't really miss anything. Oh, man. In a bar, let's go. Oh, I need to open up those packages too. Got 4 proficiency levels already today. I'm really hoping that we get the another pattern so we can get the boots at least. We'll have a full 5-piece set. I could make an amulet for more luck too. That would really benefit us. Maybe we're looking to doing that. Yeah. Oh, I should probably backtrack now and pick up the Ori that spawned behind me. No, get out of here! You cocksucker, bro. You little cock-licking piece of garbage. This is mine! Now we're gonna start fighting for fucking ores. Ugh. Yep, there he goes. He's gonna go and grab this one now. Oh, this dude. Oh, there goes our cinnabar farm. Ugh. That's fucking frustrating. Oh wee, oh wee, oh. Hi, puppy. Can you wait a few minutes? Can you wait a few minutes? I'll let you out in a minute, yeah. I gotta get all this Ori really quick. Yeah, you wanna lay down for a second? You wanna lay down for a second, Pop? Good poopy pants. Oh, you're never gonna live down that nickname, you know that, right? I always forget about that one. Like I said, yeah, I need to finish this and then I'll let you out. But that's good to know that there's no taxes under 100 GP, because then I can actually, yeah, I can flip 1 GPs at a time. And even if it's only like, 100,000 runes, 100,000 feathers, like that's still 1 to 200,000 gold every flip. And if I buy them in bigger bulk, because there's limitations on how many you can buy per hour, I can set it up for like 1 million purchases, 2 million purchases, things like that, so I can take advantage of bigger sales. Have less downtime. Where you going? I'm gonna let you out. I'm almost done. Yeah, I'm almost done. I got like 3 more to break. Got 3 more rocks to break. Yeah, we're almost donesies. We're almost donesies, tutus. We're almost donesies. And then you can go outside and go potty, okay? Back from ads. All right, welcome back. Yeah, so yeah, it's nice to know, Jador, that under 100 GP there's no tax, because like I said, I feel like there used to be tax on it, because that's why I was doing 2 GP under. It is. It takes a while because you gotta wait for someone to like try and dump some for like a couple GP under just to try and sell them like quickly, and then you got to take advantage of someone trying to dump them to then, because it's other people that are also doing it, might take a while, right? Because if there's other people also doing it, the what's getting sold is being split between both of you or all of you, and then you're only getting like 1-2 GP profit off of each sale. All right, I'm gonna let my dog out. Give me just a second. Let's go. Oh man, my fucking big toe is killing me, and I don't know why. Every time I take a step on it, like the joint, like the knuckle of the big toe, just really hurts. I don't know what I did to it. All right. Yeah, and like that's the thing too, G-Doors, is like it's not meant to make mass amounts of money. It's meant to make a few bucks on the side. But when you have some money, it like there's other items in the game that you could take advantage of too, right? Bigger priced items that have taxes involved, right? So you put things like lower price, so like let's take like chaos runes or nature runes or something like that. Like instead of, let's say a nature rune usually goes for 500, you put them in for like 425, 450, and you turn around and try and sell them for 50, like 500, right? You can make a little bit of cash off of them. Not a lot, but you can. But you got to take in consideration the taxes, right? On how much profits you're really going to make and where the buying points and selling points are to actually make some money. But then like you get into like weapons and armors, you can do the same thing. One thing I was making money with, and I always do it in RS3, is cannonballs. You know, I either buy the materials to make the steel bars, and then I go to blast furnace, you know, to make steel bars, and then I turn around and make those into cannonballs to extend my profits even further. Or I'll just buy the bars if they're cheap enough. Like if I can put the bars in for a cheap price, and someone will sell them to me, I'll just buy the bars outright. But if I'm like waiting on bars to buy, then a lot of times I'll just make my bars. Because long story short, Jadar, what I typically do is I find any way that I can make money while leveling a skill. So, you know, cleaning herbs to leveling herb lore, cannonballs and stuff like that, or making certain bars in general at blast furnace to level up my smithing, you know, things like that. Any way I can like make money while doing things that could cost you money. Like obviously mining and wood chopping and fishing, those always make you money because you're just gathering a resource that's worth something. But like cooking, for example, doesn't always make you money, depending on what you're cooking and you know what your cooking level is. That doesn't always make you money. So like finding a way to make money and skills that could cost you money is usually what I try to do. Double mold? I haven't heard of that. Like at first I was making gold bracelets. That's how I made my 5 mil. I was making gold bracelets at the Edgeville furnace. And I was selling the gold bracelets. I was able to buy the bars for like, I don't know, 2 something. And I was able to sell the bracelets for like 3 something. So I was making money off of those while leveling up my my smithing for a while there before I switched to cannonballs. And I didn't do a whole lot of cannonballs. Actually, I don't even know if I've done cannonballs yet. Because I think I needed to do a quest for it, and I don't think I was ready for it. Wait, what do you mean? We're going for 5 crafts so far. Like 50k XP. It's not too bad. Yeah, this is much faster. EXP per hour. Just farming Ori. And the nice thing is I can actually extend it further if I wanted to make Ori. Or make it with the Ori bars that I get from salvaging. But I think I want to save the Ori bars. Since it's not going to cost me refining agents. I'll just use the refining agents to make the mithril. Oh yeah, I wanted to also check out these. Okay. Give us the pattern. Come on, give us a pattern. Pattern, please, pattern. No patterns. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Like, how do we keep getting absolutely cucked? I'm so annoyed. 50-something levels, I've gotten one. I've literally gotten a single pattern in like 51 levels. It's kind of crazy. That's pretty cool. You can make 8 at a time, though. Well, I mean, that's what I assumed you meant by double, right? That was my assumption. But, is that like a quest item or something? That, like I said, I've never heard of that one. And that's huge because that like doubles your profits. Well, per hour. Because it still takes you a long time to make them. Your profits will always be the same per ball, but you can make double the amount of balls in the same amount of time. It's more profits per hour. It's pretty nice. I feel like I'm fucking falling apart though, man. Like, I kind of stressed the outer part of my foot the other day while I was doing something on the yard. And then today, my eye started bugging me. And now my big toe is bugging me. I just feel like I need to just be taken out back and put down, man. I just like, every day something else is hurting. From a mini game? Okay, I'll have to look into that. Because yeah, doubling the amount of cannonballs would be really nice for profits per hour. Because I don't mind walking back and forth, like AFKing like that, making cannonballs. That doesn't bother me at all. Like making money doing that kind of stuff is fine for me. Like I said, anything I can do while leveling a profession and making money, I'm always down for it. Even if it's slow, even if it takes you 1,000 hours to get to 99, but you're making money at the same time, I'm cool for it. I'm not about the let's get there as fast as possible and like cost you a lot of money. Because there's a lot of like professions like, hey, you can get to 99 in 10 hours, but it's going to cost you 17 billion coins. And I'm like, yeah, I'd rather not spend 17 billion to get to 99. You know what I mean? Like, not saying you can do that in RS3, but I'm just saying in general, I mean, in RS, like old school, I'm just saying in general, like, I know it's a thing that you could spend a buttload of money and you could speed level certain professions or skills. I'd rather not spend a lot of money to level a skill that I can just take my time. Wonder how many crafts we need. Because if I know how many crafts I need, I know I can like just stay out and farm rather than going back and forth to the city. We can check that after we finish this. We had 67 just a second ago. We're just going to 200. Like, it's not a far shot from what we're trying to do. Also, another quick question for you, Gdar. So to travel around the map, I saw somewhere in a guide where I was like watching something else, but I had he mentioned something in it that kind of piqued my interest. Is like for fast traveling around the map before you get like the ornate jewelry box and stuff like that. He made a comment that you can use minigame teleports via the chat system. Sometimes I think it has a cooldown on it. Yo, Chris, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. So So I'm curious on how that works and like what the cooldown is of it. Because like I said, I was watching a guide on like how to do one of the stupid quests I needed. And he said, oh, if you don't have a way to get here, you can go down here and you can click on this and you go to the minigame teleports and you can use this teleport and it'll put you right here and you can just use that. You know what I mean? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I was like, wait, you can use minigame teleports without using items? And that sounds pretty cool. Like, even if it's like a 30-minute cooldown or something, like, that's actually pretty interesting. Because then I don't have to, like, purchase items to do teleports every once in a while. Let's get rid of the Ori. Let's get rid of the Mithril. Alright, and then let's do a quick calculation. New world. Weapon smithing calculator? Yeah. This is what we're looking for. We are currently at 167, right? Yeah. So from 167, 200. Um, alright, let's change this to alright. So basically 213 crafts. I think this is what we're making. It's going pretty good, Chris. Streaming? It's 2 o'clock, so about 3 more hours. Alright, so we need 317 of these. What XP does this give when you craft it? Uh, 10k. So, we need, okay, let's do the math really quick. I just didn't see how much XP it's going to give. So we need 377 crafts times 10, 530 is about 4 million XP. Not too bad. But the short of it is these take 10 each. We need 370 crafts. So we need 3,770 cinnabar. Roughly. Well, a cinnabar. A lot of cinnabar. You guys want to get home? Sounds good. See you when you get home. But what you been up to, Chris? You still playing some New World? You jump into a new game? You thinking about coming back to a dead game? Like, what's going on? Let's hear your life story. Alright, let us put on weapon. Oh man. I'm curious if I can get into that cave solo. If I can get into that one cave solo, that's a lot of mithril, but so I think the mithril is kind of a moot point since it doesn't really give what we're looking for. I mean, it does, but just not often. Fine, please. song, please. I hate that it's like, oh, you were just moving recently, so we gotta wait for you to fully come to a complete and utter stop, rock back, and idle for 5 seconds before you can do any, before you can play any songs. Hitting your song, I'm hitting the wrong button. Hitting the song thing should just pop up if you're not moving. Period of time, yeah, basically. So yeah, they added songs to the game, like music playing. Basically the songs can give you buffs. So you can get extra luck, you can get extra gathering time, you can get extra XP. The higher you level it, the more buffs you unlock. You can sing in bands, so you can invite people to play with you. And certain music sheets have different instruments that can be played on it. And on songs that have multiple instruments, you can have multiple people playing it with you. Pretty cool. And then if people are listening to it, they can tip you and they can get the buff from whatever you just played. So it's possible. Even though it's highly unlikely. I wouldn't say highly unlikely. I would say it's improbable. It's like, it's possible, but it's not likely to happen. Purely because I think the problem here is Amazon thinks the game is worth X amount, and people are offering lowballs because they see it as a dead game. That, you know, they obviously want out, they want nothing to do with it, and if they want out and they want nothing to do with it, they're offering lowball offers because they feel like they can get it for a low price. And I feel like Amazon isn't willing to settle for a low price right now. I think that's the problem we're running into, is the Facepunk offer on Twitter for 25 million was probably way too lowball of an offer for Amazon to take it seriously. But there is a glimmer of hope that people that are fans of New World have, that Facepunk's second Twitter post saying that he was signing an NDA with an unknown company for an unknown game and he couldn't talk any further on it. People think it has something to do with New World. I do not personally, but it is possible. But it's unlikely if they can actually come to terms, because if he's willing to pay 25 million, but they want like 100 million, they might not be able to come up with a compromise. But I feel like we have a year or like 10 months before it shuts down. They might get more desperate as the time window closes, that they'd be more willing to take a lower offer. But at the same time, it might end up boiling down to they shut the door completely, and then a year or two later, they finally sell it off. Because, like I was saying before, you'd rather get something for something than nothing for something, right? So if you have a product that you're literally going to package up, stick in a closet, and just forget about it, that it has a value to it that people are willing to pay, it's not going to increase in price because the longer you leave it off the shelf. It's going to decrease in price the longer it's sitting in your closet. So at a certain point, they have to make that decision of, well, where's that point? Like, do we just suck it up and just sell it for 10 million now when we could have had 25 million last year? Do, you know, maybe they're only offering a million now, maybe they're only offering us 100,000. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, at a certain point, like, the thing is basically worthless because you held on to it too long. And now, unless they have plans to bring it back later, or reuse the IP in a new game, I don't see a reason why they wouldn't sell it. I just think the problem right now is that no one's offering them what Amazon would be willing to accept for it. I think that's truly the current dilemma we have. If someone was to come in and offer them 200 mil, they'd probably take it. But no one in their right mind is going to offer them 200 mil for a game that is in the state that it's in. Right? This game is a great game. It has amazing bones. It's primed for this explosion. It's just, in order to revamp the game or correct it or add or subtract to it or do anything to it, you have to literally pop the hood and literally rip the entire engine apart to figure out how it works, so you as a company can then go forward and rebuild it. And that's time consuming and very expensive. So I don't see very many companies willing to spend a lot of money on a product that they have to redesign basically from the ground up with coding, which is going to cost them even more money before they can really do anything with it. Now, they could do the lazy method, buy it and release it in its current state, and then slowly work on it in the background, which is perfectly acceptable. Like, people would be fine with that because they can play the game, they can have fun, and then update after update, they could be changing the code in the background, you know. And it might take them a couple years to finally recode the whole thing and make it kind of coherent and fluid and organized and whatnot. But eventually it would get done, and, you know, being able to add more content, add more stuff, change things, revamp things, whatever else they want to do, would be a lot smoother going forward because they would know how the code is coded. It's a lot to take on as any company, and there's very few companies that have the employee base, the money backing, and the stability to actually take on a project of that magnitude. But like I said, it's possible. Unlikely, but possible. And like I said, the longer it goes on, the longer it drags out, the more likely it becomes, but also the more unlikely it becomes. So at the end of the day, it just really depends on two factors. It depends on how desperate Amazon becomes for, you know, getting rid of it and making money or whatever. You got another pallet? Hell yeah, mate. Congrats. So how desperate Amazon becomes, and how down bad New World players are to have New World back, right? How down bad the community is willing to go above and beyond to, you know, band together to acquire a game they love. Because, like, if you look at, like, really old games, like, there's games that have been shelved for 10 plus years, and communities that love the game have banded together to purchase the IP 10 years later. I can't name any off the top of my head, but I've heard stories of, like, really old games being purchased, like, they're having their IPs purchased years and years after they, you know, discontinued the game, because the communities just really love the game that much, and they, like, you know, group together to, like, do something about it. Or a single individual pays like $100,000 to, like, buy the rights to the game so they can, like, launch a private server or something. Like, that stuff happens, and it's possible. Like, shit, even someone like Asmongold, for example, like, he has the money, and if he really wanted to, he could, in theory, like, if Amazon was down bad enough, he could buy it for like $100,000 and then just host his own private server, you know, with his own stuff, and just play the game in its current, you know, state. Just have the game launched in its current state, and, like, charge people entry fees for it because now he owns the IP. It's 100% within the realm of certain streamers' capabilities to do that. And there's a lot of streamers that love New World. It is their lifeblood, right? A lot of them have moved over to Quinfall or Guild Wars 2 or something. But I feel like if they got to that point, they could, you know, as a group, band together and make like a collab to purchase the game for $100,000 and then relaunch it on a private server kind of thing. I mean, Shroud could, Asmongold could do it, you know, XQC, all those guys, they have enough money to do it. The problem is Asmongold said it the best. He could come up with the money to buy the game, no matter what they were asking. He could crowdfund it. He could put in his own money along with, you know, crowdfunding from other people, and the funds would be there. But why would you buy a game for that much money that isn't going to return on investment, right? It's not worth it, right? Money-wise. Like, even though how good this game is, in order for this game to turn a profit for someone willing to buy it, there would have to be changes made to the monetization, right? Because the game doesn't make enough money monetized wise right now to warrant someone spending over $100 million on it, right? someone spending $100,000 on the game makes sense, right? Because that's relatively cheap. They can easily they some of those people, like, they put 10 grand in, like, that's just throwaway money to them, right? If they're willing to give 10K, and like 10 people are willing to give 10K for a $100,000 game, you know, so they can play a game they love, they're down for it. But if a company is going to drop 100 mil on a game or 50 mil on a game, they need to know they're going to make that money back plus some. They're not going to make a game to break even, right? Yeah, I wouldn't write it off, Chris, but I wouldn't hold my breath, right? It has a smolder of hope, but the real question really is, how long is it gonna take, right? But like I said, like Shroud, like that's the thing, like, why would Shroud invest so much money into a game? Because here's the thing, buying the game is the cheap part. If I'm being completely honest, buying the IP from Amazon would be the cheap part. More hope than AOC. Yeah, exactly. Like, the thing is that even if AOC did get purchased out, it has such a bad reputation right now. Anybody that bought it wouldn't be able to succeed unless you have a big name behind you. Like if Blizzard were to buy it, or like, shit, I was trying to think of another one. But, like, you know, big names, Blizzard, Activision, I think they're kind of the same thing, right? Like, if any of those companies, like the big companies that are known to put out good games and they're reliable, if they were to purchase it, it has a chance. Because then they have the backing of a real name company. But that's the only way it would ever have a chance of coming back. Higher Exalted Stamp bonus? Hell yeah, that's huge. That's really good. But we're about to hit an ad. When we come back, we'll talk more. It's like I was saying, like, buying the IP is the cheap part. Maintaining an MMO is the expensive part. And that's what I was saying before with the monetization. Like, the way the game is currently monetized, it's not lucrative. Nobody in their right mind financially would ever invest into this game unless it was cheap. See, this is why we need a third rotation. Either someone's here taking it all and that's why it's gone, or it hasn't. I did it too fast. All right, I might have to look up the item required to force the mining perk. So I can make a pair of boots and I can make an amulet, or an earring, one or the other. Because more luck would be better. Give us better chance at Cinnabar. I think we'll go back to base and we'll check. See if we can make ourselves those two pieces. Because we haven't gotten lucky on a pattern yet, which is pissing me off. But if I can get those two pieces, that'll give us another like 9% luck, which should be pretty huge. For getting more Cinnabar. %9 chance for more Cinnabar is massive. I just wish there was a third good location for Ori, because like there's a few small locations which are fine, but I really don't want to go there just for like 5 nodes. The only other one that has like a big node requires me to like fight a lot of mobs or to run long routes. And I'm not really in the mood to running long routes for a handful of ore. I mean, in theory, we could run around Ebon Scale. It's not a big deal, but it would be a long extension. So it would help us out a lot. For consistent mining. It's just such a long run. That one run itself is like 10 minutes. Which is probably what we honestly need to make sure all the ore is respawned. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll go back to base. We'll craft this. We'll try and craft those 2 items for a little extra luck, and we'll go check out the Ebon Scale circle. I'll wrap around the bottom of Ebon Scale. I hate having to jump up to get these ores. But yeah, we'll do a loop around Ebon Scale. We'll see if we can find a decent amount of ore that might be worth us wrapping for. See how many mobs we have to deal with. Because like the other zone wasn't too bad. Only a couple mobs we had to deal with, but there wasn't very much ore there. What up, Giggle? Yo, Giggle, I reprinted yesterday for the first time in forever. We got a massive increase. For us, it was a massive increase. I didn't hit any like world record breaking things, obviously, but I did pretty good for myself. Let's just fast travel back. No! Who was it? Who was it? Was it Arlong? Because we know Arlong's pretty juicy. We know you and Arlong go back and forth. Or was it just some random unknown person? Arlong is not Giggle. Wait, are you Arlong? Wait, okay, now I'm confused. Now I'm confused. Now I feel like that was a joke, but now I'm second guessing myself. Now I'm second guessing myself. I don't like it. Flyria? I haven't heard of that person before. We want higher gear score. This is Chitin. It's interesting. Why is it only 200 gears? That's weird. Do we have to do socketed gear to do all that stuff? Do we have to do this? I don't want to have to do that. It's really bad. And we can't even force a perk. Do we have to do it 150? I don't really want to do it 150. Alright, what would it take us to do... Yeah, mining luck. There we go. So we could force mining luck on these. It is a 550 though. Okay, so that's not too bad. We could push it up. 580. Not really worth it. Welcome back. I think it's this, G-Door. Those are L's, FYI. They're L2. Lead speak for R. Just an FYI. Do we craft it? I don't think we craft it with like big Mac Daddy stuff though. Like, I feel like low tier is fine. Like just to get us started. I feel like this is perfectly acceptable. Right, 525. Hit reinforce like 4.6. I think that's why did I make pants? I'm such an idiot. What am I doing? Ah! All right, back to it. Back to what we're doing. I needed boots. What the fuck, bro? Such an idiot. I have pants. I need mining luck. So we have mining luck, which I don't know why this isn't locked. Yeah, we got mining luck, mining luck, mining luck. We needed boots. Okay, make boots. I don't know why I did that. Okay, try this again. Boots. Okay. All right, let's try this again. I have one more reinforced mining luck. Holy crap. Okay. Jesus, can't believe I fucked that up. I mean, I don't like people posting stuff without being permissioned, but I mean, that's what I use. I use that. Actually, this is the updated version. I'm gonna save this. If for some reason it says it's up. It's already favorited. Yeah. I'll just save it again. All right, we have that. Yeah, that's the updated one. Because the one I had doesn't have the World 7 gear. That's pretty nice. Okay. I should. I should. Alright, let's close this. Oh yeah, so yeah, Jadar, I don't play old school. The only reason I have even have an account on old school is because 15 plus years ago or whatever, someone hacked my account before I came back to RuneScape, and they made an old school account, and they were just doing safe cracking in the wilderness. The only reason why I even have it. All right, so now we got mining luck. All right, I'm down for this. Okay, we got that. So I don't want it to be too active. So I kind of want to be semi AFK because I'm going to be doing it while I'm working Gdor. So I want to like click on something and be able to like let it sit for like a minute or so or 30 seconds or whatever. I don't want it to be click 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 click. I don't want to be constantly clicking because I won't do it. That's why like cleaning herbs is easy for me. And then making potions is fine because like they only take like 10 seconds, but like I can click it and then I can go and check my work and then I can come back to it and I can set up another one, click it, go back to what I'm doing. You know, I can watch anime. I don't have to constantly be staring at the game. And I'm not trying to make a lot of money. I'm just trying to like make a little bit while I'm leveling skills, right? So it's mostly about finding money making methods while I'm leveling my skills. That's basically all it boils down to. I just want to level my skills while I'm making money, basically. We don't want to cut gems. We don't want to fuse gems. We want to make a necklace. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. We're looking for something like this. And we want this. So necklace. Can rings do it too? I don't know if rings can do it. I think it's just a necklace. This is all like lightning damage, bleed damage, void damage. Can the earring do it? Yeah, luck, nimble, toast, armoring. These are the crafting ones. Jewel crafting, weaponsmithing. Okay, so it's just the amulet. So we need to make more calcum chain, and we just need to make one of those. So, alright, so we can make one of each. So let's make a chain. And then we need setting. Yeah, so what I was getting at, Jidor, is like I know like fishing and chopping trees, mining, those are all lucrative themselves because you can just sell the raw materials and make money. That's fine. Problem is whenever I'm doing one of those, I'm doing it for the materials to then level the corresponding skill to try and make money, right? So for example, if I'm cutting trees, I'm cutting trees to level up my fletching, right? If I'm fishing to level up my cooking. If I'm mining, I'm mining to level up, you know, smithing or something. So I'm trying to look for what I need to mine to make money doing the corresponding skill, at least until that skill is leveled up. Once that skill is leveled up, I'll mine or chop or whatever for money specifically. It's fine. Um, because I was looking at money making guides yesterday, and all the ones that were like around a mil plus were out of reach for me. Yeah. You can DM it to me. Yeah, sounds good. All right, so continue with that, and then we need to make an ambulance. We'll do this, and then we'll do mining look. All right, so now that we have because this one is really nothing. All right, we'll put this one on, and now we have all the mining luck we could want. What the fuck? Where'd the mining luck go? All right, so that's huge. So that gives us 8.7 plus 4.6. That's 12. That's like 13% more luck. Pretty happy about that. All right, so let's go check out the ebb and scale circle and see how this looks for an extension. But I could make you VIP. You're not wrong, Giggle. Like I said, you have been here a hot minute. You're not here every day. That's the only reason why I haven't given it to you. Because, you know, I mean, if you are lurking, which is perfectly acceptable. But I just know that I gave it to Topher and Mate because they literally are here every day. But that's the only reason why they have it. I don't have a problem with giving it to you. I just don't even remember how to do it. How you do it? I think that's how you do it. That work? Yeah, there we go. Like I said, I don't mind giving it to you. I mean, worst case, I can just take it from you. If you do something wrong. But... Oh, is that why you didn't respond to me when I messaged you the other day? I sent a picture in the screenshot and added you. I'll have to do it after stream because for some reason I don't I can't see names when I'm in streamer mode. Yep, that's fine. Um you should join the Discord with the new count if you haven't already. Oh, you did. Okay. Oh, Ultra Compost. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about Ultra Compost making. That's really chill. Like just the hard part is like getting to a place that has a good composter. Because I don't have a lot of TPs. So this is what I was asking earlier. It's like, how do I get to the different places? Oh wait, you don't need to actually do it? Oh, okay, so you just add the items to it. Got you. Got you, got you, got you. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, so I'm used to like I said, RS3, where you just put the good stuff inside the bin and you just come back to it. Hey, said I forgot that old school does it differently for the compost. So yeah, you just buy the few items and then where's where's the ore? Okay, so we come that way, it's like I think the first one's like right here. I'll have to use a different weapon since we'll have to actually combat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's what I was thinking. Is like I could put stuff into the composter, make the super compost, right, and then upgrade it to ultra compost with the viable ash, right? Done sampling everybody. Nice, nice. So is that basically what you're recommending that I do? Yeah. So the problem is like at least so like I said in RS3 it's easy because I can teleport right to like a bunch of different composters, right? I have a bunch of teleports. In old school, I don't have like any teleports, so I don't know where I would even go to make super compost. So I'd have to figure out like a bunch of like composting spots and see which ones I can easily get to. 17 bill spores, that's ridiculous. Yeah, you get to Q, that's crazy. I finally got to trillion. Yeah, I don't have the ectophile yet. That's one thing I'm missing. And aren't the skills in uh the ring or whatever you were talking about? Don't I have to charge those? Or do I have to buy new ones over and over again? Yeah, I don't have the RD either. Like I said, most of the stuff I don't have. So like amulets that I can purchase is fine. My magic level is too low as well, so I don't have teleports yet. Yeah, 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 I know. I'm just saying, it's like there's a lot of them I can't do because I don't have access to the teleports. So it's like the skills necklace, obviously, right? I don't have a Lumbee ring though. I don't know what that one is. I have to look that one up. But I was asking earlier, is like, how do you take advantage of minigame teleports? And what is the like the cooldown on that? Oh yeah, the Grandmaster quest for Prif. Yeah, that's a good quest to get done eventually. 20-minute cooldown. And is it per minigame or is it like you use it for one minigame and you have a 20-minute total cooldown for all of them? So if I was to teleport to Castle Wars, I couldn't teleport to any of the other ones. Total, okay. So I can use one of those every 20 minutes. That's not too terrible. And I might look into that. Because that's like, I feel like that's somewhat AFK, right? Or I can buy a bunch of like watermelons or whatever, and I could just like log in, drop the watermelons in. I don't know what the time is that it takes to turn to compost, but I can literally just AFK, come back like an hour later, swap them out, right? Take the compost out and put the watermelons back in. That's not too terrible. I'm just trying to think of like the ease, because like when it comes to teleporting around that game, I don't have access to a lot of it. So it's like movement between patches is a little bit of a pain in the ass for me right now. So I'm trying to think of like what would be easy and somewhat AFKable that I can like click a couple buttons and then just like come back to it later and then like make some money, you know what I mean? Yeah. So that's what I was working on originally, Gdor. I farmed up all the logs I needed and the oak logs I needed. I think I was working on mahogany last I checked. But I was farming all the logs required to get to the ornate jewelry box. I did all the math on how many of each log I would need to hit the, you know, the level requirement or whatever. And I was working on that, but then I realized I was going to need a ton of gold to be able to turn them into planks. And I'd have to run back and forth doing plank runs, turn them all into planks to be able to actually make the thing. So that's why I started making money doing the gold bracelets. And I needed a ton of money to be able to do it. And I hadn't even gotten close yet, but and then I just got bored. That's where I left off last time, because I was trying to make the ornate jewelry box. Yeah. So when I went to go do the gem craft or the gem crab, I saw planks just laying on the ground. I was like, bro, I can just pick up planks. Let's go. So like that one's not a big deal, but I don't need very many actual regular planks. But yeah, for like teak and all the other ones, yeah, those ones are a little bit more required. You know what I mean? You need a lot more for those. All right, so food for thought. Don't swim all the way around the base. Yeah, I haven't touched it yet. But if you look at my chopping, you can see I leveled my chopping up because I was farming regular trees, I was farming oak trees, and then I think I switched from oak to teak for a little while. But I think that's where I kind of got pissed because teak and mahogany, I needed those trading sticks to be able to like really do it. All right, Giggle, I'll take a look at it in a second. And I think that's where I got like I started getting burnt out on the grind for it. Oh, bro, I tried. Of all the skills in the entire game that I hate them, that is the skill I hate the most. I fucking hate agility so much. It is absolutely the worst skill in the fucking game. But I know I need it just for shortcuts. Just for shortcuts alone. To be able to like travel through like pipes and certain cutoffs that make just the game so much smoother. Yeah, I know I need to do that for sure. Like I said, it's one of those things that my goal was purely, all right, I want to play the game, cool. Let's get teleports so we can actually move around the game. And I was like, all right, how am I gonna do that? Oh, ornate jewelry box, that works. Let's work on construction. And I started working on construction, and like I said, by the time I even got a quarter of the way like into it, I got bored, and I had never went back to. I just never went back after that. So I was like, fuck this. This isn't worth my time. And then now that I'm coming back to it, to like tinker with it on and off, I want semi AFK things. Like things that I don't have to like hyper focus on. I don't have to click a whole lot. Something I can click on and forget about and then come back to it, you know, 10 minutes later or whatever. Like re-click and I can just make some progress without having to put a lot of effort in it. That's why I like the gym crap. Because like even if I time out while fighting it, because my timeout is only like 10 minutes. Even if I time out doing it, I've got 10 minutes worth of combat in me. It's pretty nice, right? What's infected roots? Don't know what that is. And to put it in perspective for you, I have 7 quest points on the account. That's how many quests I've done. I've done 2 quests since I've come back. I did the one to get access to the gem crab, and I did one to get access to herblore. Alright, so that was a route. It took quite a long time. I don't feel like we got a whole lot of ori out of it, though. I don't know if that's... That one might not be worth it. Oh. Wait. How does that work? Is it an item in the game or like a quest or something in the game? Because when I Googled it, it said something about like you needed like rune light or whatever, basically to change the logout timer. And I didn't want to get rune light. Interesting. So it's a quest that increases your logout period? That's actually insane. Even on mobile, it said you needed, I don't even think you could do it on mobile, at least according to Google. But it said RuneLight specifically had, like logout settings built into it. That you can change it in the RuneLight settings. If you played it through the RuneLight, you know, launcher or whatever. Because it's just a personal thing where I don't like playing games through third-party launchers. Mobile has a setting? I'll have to find it on mobile. Because I launched the game through Jagex launcher. And I don't see a RuneLight option on the Jagex launcher. Unless I'm just looking in the wrong spot. Like, this is what I launch it. Like, I launch this, right? This is what I launch. So I have Old School RuneScape, I have RuneScape, and then I have RuneScape Dragon Wilds, but that's technically on my Steam. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm right here. Oh! 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 I didn't see this button. I didn't see that. I forgot to read your message, yes. I read your message and I forgot your message. What the? That's some crazy drop rate. What the fuck? Giggle. What the fuck, bro? That's crazy. Yeah, I did not see this. So maybe it'd be worth doing. I'd have to figure out how to like set the setting, but 25 minutes would be really nice. Because supposedly, like I said, when I Googled it, it literally said how to make OSRS logout timer bigger? Something like that? Or what's the default logout timer? According to obviously AI, which is always, you know, not always wrong, like to increase the also RuneScape timer to 25 minutes, use the RuneLight logout timer plugin on a desktop or official client/mobile AFK logout timer setting. I guess you can do it on the official one, so I have to go look for it here. I guess that there is part of it in the official one, so I'll have to go and look. Because in the official says, open the game settings menu, navigate to the gameplay tab, find the AFK logout timer setting, set the timer to your preferred duration up to 25 minutes. Okay, so maybe we can just do it that way. I've never looked for it. Okay, so we'll do that later. Yeah, RuneLight, the thing is, like, I don't like using things that have built-in answers, right? Where it shows you where to click when you're in a boss fight. It's like, click here is a safe spot. Click here is a safe spot. Click here is a safe... Like, it shows you the green boxes that you need to click in what order. Or, like, gives you the answer to, like, clue scrolls. Or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't mind having the built-in quest helper. Obviously, I can use what I want. I can turn off what I don't want. So I just don't like, because like it's like using mods in Minecraft, right? Like mods on like Hypixel, where you use like dungeon mods that gives you the answer to the dungeons, or gives you the answers to whatever it is you're trying to do. I don't like that because it almost feels like cheating. Pictogram. So I will say, are you talking about the sliding pictures where you have to slide the little things to make the picture? Those ones I'm really good at. I've gotten really good at doing those ones. Now I'm not as fast as obviously, you know, the thing giving you the answer of where to move the stuff, but those don't bother me. The ones that bug me are it's the number ones where it's like, hey, you need to know this one's 3 blocks, this one's 5 blocks, this one's 1 block, and you have to like put the correct numbers in the correct. That one bugs the fuck out of me. That one's really irritating. Like the rune knots, those ones are fine. And then the pictures are fine. You get those all the time. I'm pretty fine with those ones. But the tower ones or whatever you want to call them, those ones suck. Those ones can suck my dick. I hate those ones. I don't get them very often, but I guess you can do it through the regular Jagex launcher too on the official launcher. That's pretty cool. But like I said, I'm not like super into the old schools still, but I am willing to put a little effort into it to level it up. So maybe every once in a while we could do a boss or two, you know, here and there when you have free time. You know, once I get a little bit higher, obviously I need to get a few pieces of gear. Maybe start on some easier bosses to get me like some starter combat gear before I can do some higher level bosses. But I'll have to like level up my prayer for sure. I'll have to level up my my herb lore so I can get potions. Obviously, all my combat stats need to go to like 99, and then I gotta get some like starter gear. 'Cause I feel like bare bones starter gear to get into most bosses is like God War's armor. Like I almost need like bandos for melee, or like just God War's dungeon armors in general. So like, or modelly ugh, for like ranged, subjunctive for like magic. I feel like that's like the starter piece. I don't think I've ever done that boss before. So there's like a couple bosses we can do that are relatively easy, or that you can solo and carry me through to teach me the ropes so we can like farm it faster, get loot or currency to make so I can get better gear. I'd be okay with that. And then I'm just gonna be AFKing at Crab to get XP at this point. Cause like I'm gonna need food, I'm gonna need potions, I'm gonna need, you know, prayers. And I refuse to prayer flick. Like I don't mind changing my prayers between what I need to like block against, but I will not be spamming my prayer to not lose prayer points. That shit's way too tedious, way too sweaty for my liking. So yeah, so I have the buckets on me, I have the ash on me, and I just like 14 and 14 right in my inventory, and then I just click on it and use it on the compost, and then it just upgrades each one of them. Takes about 30 seconds. Oh, that's kind of nice. So you can do 27. Okay, that's pretty good. I didn't know it stacked. That's pretty good. Okay, that's a lot better. There's an ad about to start if it hasn't already. Let me know when you're back. Making some Cinnabar. Let's go. I need like 3,000. But it's fine. We're up to 100. All it's gonna take us an eternity. I think I... Oh, maybe I got far enough away. I think I broke my game when that thing opened. But I think I got far enough away and fucking fix. Got so many life motes. Let's go. Back to Evanscale. I feel like Evanscale wasn't the best place, but it gives me that extension that I need. Welcome back. But yeah, that's kind of nice that the Ash stacks you can do 27 at a time, so that's not too terrible. Like, I don't remember what the profits per hour were, but it's not too terrible. I feel like that's somewhat tolerable. My only question to that would be, yeah, it might be one of those you gotta like put it in and wait a day or two for it to sell. Because I feel like people don't buy a whole ton of it unless they're doing farming runs, or they're buying it so they can do farming runs, you know? So once they have a bunch, they probably don't need it for a while. So it's probably on and off like when it sells. And that's the problem with like dumping all your eggs into one basket to try and make money. You got to do something that's actually going to sell. Something that's consistent. And that's kind of like what I would be worried about with unfinished potions is like, if I did too much of one potion, I would eventually just kind of oversupply and not have anything to sell for a little while. But how long does making compost take? So if I was to put the watermelon, say, in the composter, how long do they take to turn into compost? Is it an hour or is it longer? Is it 8 hours? Yeah, I'd have to Google it. That's what I'm kind of curious on. Because if that's like an hour, then I can do that like a couple times while I'm working. I think it's every few hours. If I remember correctly, it's like either 1 hour. It's somewhere between 1 and 8 hours, I think. Like RS3 changed it, and it's much better on RS3 now. But I think it takes a while. And if it's 8 hours, that's also somewhat okay, fine, right? Because I could just plop it in and then go and do something for a little while. And then come back to it, you know, plop another one in. So when I log back in, I can just do a third set, right? And then I can go do what I want. And then when I go to log out, I go and check it, drop the new set in, log in, drop the new set in, go do what I gotta do, and rinse and repeat that process. I think it gives farming XP to do that as well. But is there a way to recharge like the games necklace and stuff? Like, I thought there was, but I know certain things can be recharged at like certain fountains, like one in Birthrope and stuff like that. Not too bad. Like 15k each, roughly. Or 15k for 100. Yeah, it's like 1 XP each. Yeah. So it's not a lot of XP, which is not a big deal. But 15k for 100? Not too terrible. Was that like 150 profit per or something like that? Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. So if you did like 1,000 of them, you'd make like 1.5 mil profit. Or sorry, 150k profit. For probably roughly an hour worth of work. Because like I'd be logging in and out randomly, you know? So it'd probably take me an hour to do 1,000. And that's right around the same price as doing unfinished potions. If we're being completely honest. Well, the only reason I say unfinished potions is because like I can make just about as many per hour. It's a little bit more click intensive. So I had to put more effort into it. So the ultra compost is a lot simpler, a lot less work, a lot less clicking. But like price per like group is about the same. Right. So when I bought 1,000 herbs, obviously it was a low tier herbs, right? I was doing Guam, right? The Guam I made about 2 or 3. I think I made like 200,000 from 1,000 herbs. I bought 1,000 grimy, and I bought 1,000 vials, and I made about 200k profit. So profits wise, it's about the same, but it, you know, I made herb lore XP out of it, which is kind of nice. Which medallion? Some of them are just terrible. Like I gave up on a lot of the medallions because I just didn't feel like tinkering with it. Mainly the like the daily login ones where you have to like you only have a chance at it when you on like daily relogs or weekly resets or whatever. Like those ones can just suck it. And like farming that the one in the hole, yeah, those can suck it as well. Because how much HP and accuracy they need is just ridiculous. So I gave up on the medallions. Just wasn't worth my time. Oh, you're in World 6? Yeah, I gave up on Windwalker. Uh, like partly into World 6. I was like, this isn't worth me pushing. I don't even know if I actually pushed into World 6. I think I finished World 5 and I just said, fuck it, I don't need to push any further. I have everything I want unlocked from Windwalker. So I just gave up on Windwalker. It had nothing else that I needed. I used the talent, the Whalmer talent, to reduce the cost of the first, 8 purchases every day by a percentage. I used that in order to finish my my Windwalker purchases. So I got my aluminum atom using that, and a couple of the other things I got using that. It's because it was like an 80% reduction is like ridiculous. And I just stockpiled the dust I had from the mediocrity buff that we had before that. But yeah, either way, Jador, it boils down to I'll probably bank stand doing probably unfinished potions and like cleaning herbs and stuff for a while, just to make some money to get us rolling onto some starter gear. And then I'll probably start on like bandos or something. Maybe an easier boss, I don't know. Because I'm torn if I even want to fight bandos for his gear. Because I don't want to play like Iron Man rules to a point, but I also don't want to have to buy everything. They're shutting down right now? Oh no! RIP! I expected it. I saw someone streaming it the other day. It was a lone streamer, only one streaming in the category, and he only had one viewer. He says, "Keep the dream alive," I think it was the stream title. So unfortunate. It's expected though, man. That shit went down real fast. I don't keep up with all the drama, but the gist of what I understand is we all had the feeling that it was possibly a scam from the beginning, but we all had hopes that it wouldn't be. And then everything comes to light, and who knows what stories are true, but supposedly it was a scam from the beginning. And that just sucks because it could have been a phenomenal game. But with that said though, that allows room for other games to take its place and to take from its ambitions to try and incorporate into theirs. Games like the Quinfall that just came out. They just 1.0 released. I feel like it is trying to fill that gap that Ashes was trying to do. It's missing some aspects, but I think their roadmap is pushing in the lines of what Ashes was doing. Because they're adding castle wars where you can, your guilds can have their own castles and you can siege them from other guilds. So you can have guild sieges. They have open world PvP, like they have channel based servers instead of server locks, which is kind of nice. Need to pass out. All right, sounds good, Jidor. Thanks for the info. Thanks for the updates. Like I said, I'll probably just bank stand, do potions, make some little bit of cash here and there as needed. But yeah, I think my goal is going to be get my combat levels up using the crab, and then I'll probably do my construction after. That's probably what we'll end up doing. So I appreciate you. Take it easy, sleep tight. But yeah, I think Ashes is cooked. Yeah, and probably toss in some ultra compost here and there as well. Yeah. Because that's super simple. Buy like 1,000, let them sit until they sell, and then do another 1,000. Just rinse and repeat that. And then try and do some flipping of some smaller items in the process. That's probably what we'll end up doing. But yeah, AOC is cooked. But like I said, it leaves room and potential for other games to take aspirations from that game and incorporate into theirs. Like I said, if you haven't looked to it, Zook, look at the Quinfall. The combat is a little jank because they're still working on it. But the amount of content that game has to offer between professions, open world PvP, dungeons, upcoming raids, just pure map size itself, guild stuff. They have so much content already in the game. They have sea stuff, so you can like build boats, you can go sea exploring, you can kill sea creatures, do all that kind of content. It's kind of wild. The game definitely, from a streaming perspective, looks really, really boring. But from a gamer's aspect, I think it's got great potential. Get off my nuts! Leave me alone! I mean, at least you're getting increases though, mate. Like, I was saying, like, even getting a 1 mil increase over and over again, like, you get it like 3 times in a row, three times in a week, that's still like 3 mil increase. I mean, yeah, it's not gonna hit like 100 mil real quick or anything, but I mean, this is something. I don't know much about it, Jukas, but what I think is if it holds true to any of the other MMOs, it will take a long time for it to develop. It'll take a long time for it to come out. The hype will die down, but the amount of expectation from the game will be so high that it'll flop like every other game does, because people have been waiting for so long for it. Their expectations for the game to be polished and solid and have tons of content is going to be so high, the game won't be able to meet expectations. So it'll fall flat when it comes to that. But overall, they're a good company, so I think they'll put out a decent product. And it'll probably be fun, but it might not be a end-all be-all kind of game. That's what I'm worried about, because every MMO that comes out hits the same brick wall. Is they can't compete with the older games. It's just impossible, because the older games have had so much time to add content and develop that a new game can't compete with that. Just think about it. How long was WoW in development? Right? Let's say WoW was in development. We'll just be very, very optimistic here, or unrealistic, and say it was in development for 5 years, which we know it wasn't. And it's been out since 2004. So it's been out for 22 years with 5 years of development before that. So let's just say 27 years. We'll just round it down to 25 years. It has roughly 25 years worth of content that has been crammed into it over the years, right? So every 6 months, every year, whatever, every expansion, quality of life, buffs, nerfs, whatever you want to call it, it's all been crammed in there in 25 years. Other games like RuneScape follow the same pattern. Other games, Final Fantasy VII, not quite as long, but still up there. Guild Wars 2, same thing. These games have 20-ish years, roughly, of just cook time. A brand new game that has been in development for 10 years, 15 years, isn't cook time. That's prep time, right? We're not talking prep time. We're talking cook time, right? Prep time is not even, you can't even correlate prep time to cook time, because prep time is concept. It's thinking, it's ideas, it's scrapping and starting over, it's revamping, it's fixing, it's modifying, it's structuring, it's all this other stuff that isn't specifically content additions. When you have a game that is actually out and released, and all their whole goal purpose is buffs, nerfs, tweaks, quality of lives, and adding content, that's the cook time. Games that are in that point where they're just cooking and they're just releasing content and updating and modifying things, new games can't compete with them. That is the true problem with MMOs. Now, here's the real part about it, though, is game will come out, it'll have a huge surge of players because people are hyped about the new game. They'll play it for a week, they'll realize, shit, there's not a lot to do, I'm bored, I'm going to go back to playing WoW. And then in a year or so, they'll add some more content, people come back, try the new content, leave, go back to their old game. And this will happen year after year, but every year, more and more people will stay. More and more people that enjoy the game will stay on the game and not go back to their old game. So after about 10 years of this repetitive cycle, they'll then eventually have a pretty solid player base, right? Same thing with New World, same thing with any other MMORPG out there. The longer the game is cooking and the more content they keep releasing, the more player retention they typically have. As long as what they're giving is actually good content, right? As long as whatever they're developing is actually decent. But once again, they can't compete with the giants. It's just, there's no game out there that can, because they've been cooking for so long. The only time that a game will be able to compete with a giant is if a giant dies. This is like the story of like gods versus titans. You know what I mean? Like, at a certain point, you can't surpass the gods until the gods are gone. And in this certain situation, the gods would be considered the top 5 MMOs of the genre, right? Until one of those dies, or has something that hurts it in some way and cripples it, a newbie can't overtake it. There's just not enough players playing in the genre at a given time to spread them out. There's too many people playing the big ones. And the big ones are too big to give up players because there's too much to do. There's too much content, there's too much quality of life. They're just overall exactly what those people want. Now, there's a lot of people that do play those that are always looking for something better, for something new. And that would be people like me, right? I'm always down to try new, and I'm always down to try something different to see if something just hits it in like a better way that I like more. So I'm always down to try new ones, and that's typically why you get a huge surge of players at the beginning of a game like release. Because people are like, okay, what does this game have to offer? Does it offer what I like from the other game and more, or not? That's usually what ends up what people are looking for, right? And 9 times out of 10, it falls short every time. 99% of the time, it always falls short. Either lacking something, or it's just bad. Right. So I am optimistic that I think it'll be a well-designed game just because of the company that's doing it. They usually do a good job in every game that they put out. But I definitely will say it's going to hit the same exact problem brick wall that every other one does, and it's just going to be kind of just mediocre. Like overall, it'll be just mediocre. You're going to level up. You're going to have a few things that you can do. And you're going to be bored after like a week because you're just going to be grinding the same endless loop of in-game grind after a week. And depending on the endless grind that they implement, it's either going to flop or it's going to succeed. While they work on cook time of adding content to the game, because there's no way to add relevant in-game extension of content before a game is released. It's just not working. It just won't happen. You going to bed, Tover? I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Bye, bye, bye. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you had a good time. Yeah, but like, so the way I look at it, mate, is since your nugget upgrading doesn't hurt you anymore, it doesn't matter. I mean, I understand you'd rather have like a big, massive nugget than a small nugget like upgrade. But would you rather have a bunch of small nugget upgrades that eventually get you to where you're trying to go to? Or would you rather have 0 upgrades for like a year and then finally hit big, but in that year time, if you had a bunch of small nuggets, you would have ended up at the same spot, but you would have had a small incremental growth the whole time. Like that's the way I look at it. It's like I don't care one way or the other. An increase is an increase. Eventually, you might hit big with the RNG, and if you don't, at least you can rely upon your small nugget increases to at least get you to a higher point. So I wouldn't say small nuggets are a bad thing. I definitely agree that, like, yeah, getting a big nugget would be more enjoyable. It'd be better. Because you'd be like, bam, I got it. I don't have to think about it going forward. But at the end of the day, it's like small nugget upgrades are still something to be happy about. Jobs and grind games are... Okay. I wouldn't say all MMO players, Scar, but I would say... I would say there's like a 5% of MMO players fall into that category for sure. I wouldn't say most or all, because I'm an MMO player. I have a full-time job. I play games 3.5 days a week for roughly 6 to 7 hours every day. So I'm an average MMO player when it comes to playtime. Right. Now, there are the big streamers that literally drink Red Bull like it's going out of style. And they literally will stay online for 48 to 72 hours grinding out content on new game releases and stuff like that. And a lot of their viewer bases join them. And eventually they crash out, right? And they burn themselves out and they go bye-bye. But then there's the super huge whales and there's the super hardcore sweaty guys that they just don't put the games down. They grind 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, freaking non-stop grinding. They're the top percentage players in the game, and that's just usually how it works in every game. The thing is like, it doesn't really matter. In my opinion, the way I look at gaming is, yeah, you might beat me to the finish line, right? You might beat me to being at max level or having the best in slot gear or whatever, but I'm gonna play the game longer than you are, 90% of the time, right? Because if you're burning that much oil, right? It's like a race car, right? If you're flooring it and you're redlining your car 24/7 and you're just fucking ripping it as hard as possible, your engine's gonna blow. Versus the guy that is not redlining but still pushing it, right? He's pushing it to like, mid RPMs towards the upper RPMs, but not redlining. He's keeping up to a point. Yeah, you're gonna outrun him. You're gonna go faster than he is. But when your car blows up and your car's in the shop getting worked on and he's still going, he's gonna catch up if not pass you. So what typically ends up happening is people will grind really hard, really fast, get to the end game in less than a week, and they'll be bored, and then they'll quit the game, and then they don't come back for 6 months or longer. The person that takes their time, enjoys the game, has fun leveling up, experiencing the game, takes them like a month to get to max level, and having fun with the game, they typically play the game for longer, so they overall get more done. Right? So it's like, which player would you rather be? There's the very, very minor 0.1% of the population that play balls to the wall, as sweaty as possible, big wailing out, that don't get burnt out, and they always hold top number one position because they're just fucking gods like that. And then majority of the other population quit the game because they're bored, or they're a lot slower paced and they outlast everybody. Yeah. And that's the thing too, is if you actually look at some of those players too, it's like, they're not even MMO players. They're not even, they don't even play the game. There's people that post like reviews on games that have less than an hour worth of playtime, and they're like, oh, this game's dog shit, there's no content, it's boring, blah 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 blah, I have nothing to do. It's like, bro, you've been playing the game for an hour. How can you even tell me there's nothing to do? So this is how I know that people don't actually have their own brains when it comes to the collective of online internet. Is most of the player population is about parroting their favorite streamers. So what they'll do is they'll watch, XQC, they'll watch, Summit, they'll watch Asmongold, and whoever the hell else they like to watch, relatively big streamers, 100 viewers plus, whatever. And they'll just be like, oh, they don't like the game, and they say the game doesn't have content. All right, negative review bomb. All right, downvote this game. Make it terrible. Make sure nobody buys it. Like, this is dog. This is bad, right? Like, but they've never actually touched the game themselves. So they go on Reddit and they're like, yeah, man, this game is dog shit. Man, I have 1,000 hours in the game and it's boring. I got banned for saying something in chat when they don't even own the fucking game, right? They're parroting something that happened to somebody else and they're leaving out crucial details. So it's like, I take reviews with a grain of salt. I personally don't listen to the crybabies online saying games don't have content or whatever. I watch it for myself. I go and watch streamers. I put it on the background. I listen to what they have to say. I watch the content. And if I think it's just kind of a lackluster in-game loop, then, that's just my opinion. But I don't downvote a game because of that. Like, take Quinfall, for example. I don't know if you've seen Quinfall, Scar, but it has mixed reviews because people are downvoting it for dumb reasons. So people are downvoting it because they have an hour playtime in the game, and they said that the game is pay to win. Because you can swipe your credit card in the game and buy this one item one time a week, and it gives you one attempt at upgrades without failing. Doesn't mean that it will succeed. It just means your item won't degrade. And they say that's pay to win. I don't see it as pay to win because in theory you could farm up the currency in game and you could do the same thing yourself. But I mean, yeah, there's weekly / monthly buffs you can acquire, which once again you could farm the resources yourself and buy them yourself. Like, it's just at the end of the day, like, people just they parrot whatever they see and they just don't. They're just fucking drones, and it's just it makes games worse than they really are, because it makes people that might be interested in the game not want to play the game, because you hit them with the key buzzwords pay to win. They don't want to play a game that's pay to win. But at the end of the day, like, most of the things people consider pay to win aren't really pay to win. Like, the true pay to win is if I swipe my credit card, I will always be stronger than a free-to-play player, right? If I can buy something with as a whale, if I can swipe my credit card and I can buy something that will always give me a permanent buff over somebody that doesn't swipe their credit card, that's pay to win. But if I swipe my credit card to get to a certain point in the game that's the hard cutoff faster, it's not pay to win. It's pay for progression. Don't get me wrong. Pay for, convenience or whatever. But it's not pay to win. Now, yes, you can consider them under the umbrella of pay to win, but it's not. If you want to spend 10, 15 bucks to shave a few hours off of your grind time, sure. Spend some money to shave some time off of your grind time, whatever. All that means is the other guy that's free to play just has to play for a few extra hours to keep up with you. It's like negligible at best. And people call that pay to win. They're like, oh my god, he spent $10 and he's got 10% increased EXP gains over me? That's bullshit. Play 10% longer. Oh, he played for 4 hours? Okay, we'll play for an extra 40 minutes. Outlast him. Like, it's not that big of a fucking deal. Because what is that 10% going to give you? The 10% is going to give you, oh, I got to max level 10% faster than you. Okay, well, max level takes 100 hours to reach. Let's just say 100 hours. He reached it in 90 hours. I reached it in 100 hours. He had 10 hours worth of one extra level on me, which means a whole lot of nothing in the grand scheme of things. So, you call a game pay to win because of that one reason? Stupid. Just stupid. Terraria? Ugh. Just saw your message, sorry. Ugh, but yeah, it's kind of annoying. It's not a big deal. I mean, everybody has their own preferences. I'm not going to fault people for thinking what they think. And if you think something's pay to win, hey, you think it's pay to win. If you don't want to play a game for whatever reason, don't play a game. At the end of the day, games are meant to pass time and to have fun. If you're not having fun, don't play it. That's the bottom line. As long as you're having fun playing the game the way you want to play the game, because there's no wrong way to play the game. As long as you're having fun, fuck what everybody else thinks. Literally, the only thing that matters is, are you having fun? If the answer to the question, are you having fun, is a yes, then you're winning. Doesn't matter anything else. Doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. Doesn't matter what anybody else says. Doesn't matter what game it is. Doesn't matter what you're doing. As long as you can answer the question, are you having fun, with a yes, then you are perfectly doing the right thing. Like most people would find what I'm doing boring as shit and not fun. Me? I can do this with my fucking eyes closed. Well, not really, but you know what I mean? Like, I could turn my brain off, sit here and yap for hours, not even think about what I'm doing, and I'm enjoying my time. I'm having a good time. Might not be having, like, oh my god, this is so much fun, kind of fun, but I'm having a good time. Passing time, I'm enjoying it, and I have no regrets. Oh man, the Cinnabar farm though is gonna be a hot minute though. We need so much Cinnabar. When the ad is over, I'll continue talking, guys. If you any of you that can still hear me, the reason I stopped talking is because there's an ad playing, and I don't want people that are in an ad to miss out. So we'll wait a few minutes here. And that gave me 41. That's actually nice. Hell yeah, let's go. Oh man, oh man. Gonna have to do another luck song in a second here. But at least we're making progress though. I think we needed like 3,000 Cinnabar. We're up to 200 and something. It's gonna take a while, but we'll get it. We'll get our freaking weaponsmithing done. Oh man, and then we'll be cooking. We'll be on to the next one. So we'll have what armorsmithing, weaponsmithing done. We'll have engineering done. The next one we need would be jewel crafting and Arcana. I feel like Arcana's gonna suck. I truly think Arcana's gonna suck. We're gonna play a song over here. Maintain our luck buff. Welcome back from the ad, anybody that is back. But yeah, one thing I really wish MMO companies would attempt to do is most of the time MMO companies focus heavily on like one aspect of the triad or the triangle, right? So they either focus heavily on PvP or heavily on like PvE content or PvP content, depends on company. But very few of them, in my opinion, put any real in-game investment into professions. Like they put professions in the game, and they more or less hold their own for like early game, mid game, and getting into end game. But they don't really translate to Abyss, right? They don't really translate to very, very like best in slot, into the game, still being required kind of content, right? It always falls off at a certain point. So I wish more game companies wouldn't put so much effort into, say, making like the BIS items come from professions, but at least giving the professions a useful reason to exist at the end game. What I mean by that is like have consumables for every profession, right? Something that every profession can create or that they can produce in some way, shape, or form, or that is required at the end game to still be viable. For example, what if gear degraded to dust, or not to dust, but like degraded to broken, and the only way to repair it was taking it to a blacksmith, like an actual blacksmith player that has maxed out blacksmith to repair the gear, and it required X amount of resources, right? So that's like one idea. Obviously not the best idea because a lot of people be like, why, that's fucking stupid. Like now, like my gear's broken, now I have to like search around for a blacksmith to eventually repair my gear. Like fuck that, right? Well, take it to the next step. How about instead of requiring a blacksmith to repair it, what if you just needed the repair kit that a blacksmith had to make, and it's a one-time use, right? Or maybe not one-time use, but it has X amount of durability, and it can repair like X amount of durability, right? So if you had 10 pieces of fully broken gear, you would need 10 different repair kits. If you had 10 pieces of 50% reductions, you need 5 repair kits or whatever, right? Something like that. So that way the blacksmiths have something to farm and to craft for in-game consumables, and then people don't have to rely upon a blacksmith being online. They just have to go to the marketplace and buy them. So I'm not opposed to something like that, but I definitely think that as a profession person, there needs to be a reason for profession players to do content, right? You don't want them just to buy materials off the marketplace and then just craft stuff and never leave the bank, right? They just never leave the auction house. They just sit in town and they just never leave. That just seems boring, right? You want them to go out in town. You want them to go, spelunking and doing things. So we'll even table that conversation for another day. But like, let's say you do want to allow people to sit in base and just buy stuff to craft stuff. That's fine. But at a certain point, dungeons are useless, right? The gear inside the dungeons becomes obsolete, and there's no reason for people to continuously run dungeons. Even if you make high-end dungeons, the gear eventually becomes obsolete to the high-end players because they have the gear from the dungeons. They don't need the gear anymore because the gear is usually find on pickup. You don't want them to grind dungeons to sell gear to other players to for them to skip dungeons and just buy the best in slot gear. You don't want that either. So what I'm proposing is when you run a dungeon and you clear the dungeon, as long as you clear it in a certain threshold, right? Like have a score-based system or whatever. If you reach a certain score or above, you unlock like a gold chest, and that gold chest has 50% chance to drop a certain resource. And this resource is what is used for profession play people to craft certain profession goods. This way, spamming dungeons to get a resource to sell to crafters becomes viable. Now you have a reason to run a dungeon even though you don't need gear, because now you could farm for the required item to make the repair kits that you're going to need to repair your gear. Right? Same thing for like high-end raid potions, same thing for high-end raid foods, same thing for armoring and stuff like that. So I think it allows for the potential of people to delve into doing dungeons or other aspects of the game to acquire craftable materials from certain aspects of the game that have finite use, right? Because PvP is always PvP. People go in there just to PvP to have fun and kill people and win. But dungeons and raids, they have a finite resource cap because at a certain point, there's no reason to run them anymore because you have the gear. Unless you're carrying people through it or you're a new player or you don't have the gear or whatever, you have no reason to run the dungeons or the raids. So to give potential reason for people to run things that they have no reason to run, add gear to it or resources that are required for professions. I think that's a good alternative. It allows for a bottleneck of resources required for high-end crafting, and it allows for people to have a reason to grind useless content. I think that's something that could be delving into. And I also think that something a lot of people overlook is investing a lot of effort into min-maxing professions for making them more interesting, giving them their own profession outfits, giving them their own profession buffs. So people can heavily invest into being a maxed out crafter or profession person. Like this game has profession outfits, it has trophies, it has food buffs, things like that. That's really cool. So if other games had that, that would be awesome as well. But then to take it a step further is when you get into that and you are a heavy profession person, you also have the downside of when you're chopping trees, you need to have tree luck on, right? When you're chopping, when you're hitting ores, you need to have ore stuff. When you're skinning, you have skinning stuff. When you're harvesting, you're doing something else. So having to swap gear every single time you go to switch from one profession to another profession is really tedious. And if you have 30 different outfits, to keep track of 30 different outfits or to have 30 different presets is a little much. So what I propose is we take advantage of some of the other game mechanics that we've seen in a bunch of other games and we do something similar to trophies and or armor stands, where you have a house that has an armor stand, and that armor stand provides buffs to the account while it's active on the armor stand. And then maybe you put some sort of limitation in place where you can only have so many armor stands active at a time, or the duration that they're active is only active for so long, or has a durability on it, or something that like makes it to where you don't have every buff running every single day all day long, 24/7. This way, when you go to like mine something, you already have the account, your account has the buff of the mining luck. Instead of having to switch to the gear, you just hit it and it doesn't matter what gear you're wearing because you already have the buff from wearing, from it being on your armor stand. Kind of like that idea, because then you can run around whether you're a profession person or not, and you can take advantage of having the profession gear on without actually having to have the profession gear on. And it allows you to gather excess resources even as a non-profession person, have the chance at the rare resources and stuff. And then for a real profession person, it allows for simplicity's sake. You don't have to go above and beyond. All right, I gotta switch my gear, 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 just to min max, the luck values on all your things. It's just kind of annoying. So I think that's like another thing that game companies can add into their game, and it doesn't per se like make the game any better or worse. It just makes it less tedious for the people that enjoy professions, and it allows for another avenue of people to enjoy a game. Because if you don't put any effort into professions, you're alienating a group of gamers that love doing professions, which is making less people willing to play your game. At the end of the day, the goal is to get as many people to play your game and to stay on your game, player retention, as possible. The best way to hit player retention is to touch all three sides of the triangle. Have some PvP, have some PvE, have some professions, and make all of them viable in-game loops. If all three of those do not have a viable in-game loop, you have already alienated and lost out on a portion of players. That is what New World struggled with, right? New World struggled that they had good professions, but they fell off at in-game. Like, the in-game capability of professions was, yeah, you can make a max best in slot item, but once you make a bunch of those and a bunch of people buy them, like, you're selling one item maybe a week or a month if you're lucky, when someone's making a new build or making a new character or something. So you don't have consistency in selling best in slot gear. So like, kind of hit or miss if you sell something. And you maybe you can sell potions, maybe you can sell foods and stuff, but that's about the extent of like consumables you can sell. There's no reason to run expeditions like at a certain point, because you're maxed out gear, you're maxed out stuff, you have a bunch of gold, like you have no reason to really run dungeons, you have no reason to keep running raids. So like PvE wise, there was no reason to endlessly loop dungeons and raids. It was boring. So like you were stuck with PvP, because the main in-game loop of the game was PvP. Doing wars, taking over territory, fighting for what are those things? The forts, that kind of stuff. That was literally the in-game loop. OPRs, 3v3s, stuff like that. And if you weren't into that kind of stuff, you kind of just never played the game. You were bored. So they needed to put a little effort into professions, a little bit more. Like I feel like they put 100% effort into PvP, and they put like 50% effort into the other two. They're like, oh yeah, it's a thing. I think it's in a good spot, so we're not going to do anything with it. Like, but there's no in-game loop to it. Like, there just really isn't. Like, you can make best in slot gear if you have the food, the town buff, the legendary trophies, the armor set. If you have all that stuff, you can make best in slot gear. Okay, it makes you kind of specialized. I'll agree with that. And I don't have a problem with that. What I had a problem with is the only thing you could do was make best in slot gear. Like, you can make best in slot tools, you can make best in slot weapons, best in slot armors, best in slot bags. But other than just making best in slot stuff that doesn't degrade to dust, it's like a finite, it's not a finite resource. It's literally an infinite, indefinite item. There's nothing to grind for. There's nothing, you know what I mean? Like, you're just buying mats and just attempting your daily crafts and making another best in slot item that's just going to sit on the marketplace until someone finally buys it. They just, it's not a great in-game rotation. Like, the in-game loop of that is just not very enticing. Like, I want there to be like a reason to be a profession person. I want there to feel like I am, like, when I log in, people are waiting for me to log in, kind of thing. Like, that's when you know you've done professions well, is when people are waiting for specialized profession people to log into the game. If you can acquire that one specific like thing in a game where people are waiting for a specific group of people to log in, you know you've done something right. Because like 99.9% of the games you play, it's like you don't give a shit who's online. You don't give a shit what you check the auction house. If it's not there, all right, whatever, and just move on. Like, you don't care. Most of the people just don't care about 99% of the stuff that's going around them. It doesn't impact them at all. Like, they don't need repair kits. They don't need a profession person to provide them with foods, buffs, honing stones, repair kits, you know, paddings for the armors to make them stronger. They don't need any of that stuff. Like, none of that stuff exists, so they don't. Like, they're not looking for these people to log online. They're not looking for people to do transports. You know, someone specialized in transporting goods. They're not looking for someone that's specialized in open ocean, like, you know, sea battles and stuff like that. They're not looking for these people that are specialized in certain aspects of the game. Don't get me wrong, like, you don't want
Would you like a couple
there to be too much either.
You look
Yeah, thanks for
thirsty
hydrate.
right now.
Lots of our water. Cool. All right, we're at 263 Cinnabar. I was hoping to get to 300 before the end of the night. So we have an hour and 15 minutes to hit 300. We hit 300, I'll be happy. We're going to easily hit 300, I think. Because if I need 3,000 Cinnabar to try to hit 200 weaponsmithing, if I can get 300, that's a 10th. Right? If I do another 300 tomorrow, that's another 10. And then with this salvaging, we'll end up with some orichalcum, which I'm going to hold on to, and I'm not going to actually spend like I did before. But we should hopefully come up with some fragments as well that we could usually use for books for a little extra XP. So we might not need a total of 3,000. But that's the goal. Do 300 Cinnabar a day. If we can do more, that's fine. If not, then that's also fine. But that's the goal. We're shooting for 300 Cinnabar a day. Like, that's what we're, like, the goal is. More is better. Less is kind of not the idea, but, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, they need to put limitations on dungeons. They need to put limitations on raids, obviously, so people can't spam them. But they also need to put things in them that are required to obtain to craft or progress accounts, give people reasons to want to continue farming them. So it's just like, that's where I think the game devs and the games usually fall short, is thinking about the in-game endless loops. That's where I think games fall short, because yes, adding content to a game is good. Giving people more stuff to do, giving people more stuff to play, adding content to a game is great because it gives people more stuff to do and it keeps them engaged, it keeps them having fun, and it's a good starting point. But at the end of the day, that's a finite amount of playtime, no matter how you look at it. Leveling up an extra 10 levels and getting new gear, it's a finite amount of time. The true test of longevity for a game is the endless loops. You do not put time and effort into a good endless loop, you will have a dead game. End of story. 112 medallions, 20 left. You got a bunch from Kalo. And crystals, the events, and mini bosses. Yeah, mini bosses fucking... I think those ones are gonna suck. Because you can only do those ones like kind of once a week. Because you only get, what, 2 mini bosses per world a week or something like that. That's like the best, right? Because you get the first one after 4 days, the second one after 3 days. And then the third one's after 4 days again, or something like that. So it's best just to do it once a week. So I guess if you did all mini bosses like on your daily like login kind of thing, that's probably not a bad option. You know, once a week, like let's say on Sunday, every Sunday on your daily reset, you go and do your mini bosses just so you can try and have a chance at getting their medallions. It's like one thing you could do. Obviously, you do the same thing with Kalos, which kind of sucks. But how do you obtain the event ones? You have to actually wait for an event to kill the event mobs to get those? That sucks. Because like that means you have to wait like a whole year for certain ones. That's crazy. Ugh. Yeah. So like getting like chocolate boxes and coolers and those types of things from the events to spawn. Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying though, like you don't have them though, you have to wait to obtain them to be able to use them. And then you only want to use them on your daily resets. You have the better chances of them dropping what you're looking for, right? Yeah, I always forget to use my event items, so I usually have a bunch of them just sitting in my stash. But another thing about like I know I've been just ranting about this for hours, but like another thing about like the profession look on a game is towing that line between like having the resources fought over and them being scarce and hard to obtain and being too easy to obtain and not really worth their value because anybody and everybody can just get it, right? You have to toe that line because if you make it too hard and too scarce and too the demand way too high and the supply too little where people are botting and you just can't get any because there's too many people waiting for resources and stuff, it becomes a problem. So it's like you got to toe that line very well. And some of the stuff is like, yeah, you can make it to where like the ores are client side, so like everybody can like loot the same ore. So like when I loot it, it's gone for me, but not for you, right? Not that it's client side, but it renders for everybody like separately. Um, which that makes it so easy that as long as like you know the route, no one's gonna impact you from taking it. Um, so it's like it makes it so easy to obtain it because you're not fighting other people for it. But if you make it to where if someone jumps on it before you, you can't get it, and if there's too many people, you just can't get any ore, that kind of sucks. And then if you add in the idea that you can be interrupted and knocked off of it, that's fine in PvP aspects, but in PvP it's fine because you're taking that risk to fight other people while you're getting ores. Like that makes sense. But in a PvE aspect, if someone just kites a mob over to you and gets you hit, then they can take it. That's bullshit, right? That's trolling and kind of griefing in a way that you're taking the game mechanics and abusing them to a point where because that person was got to the ore before you, you're going to use the game mechanics to your advantage to knock them off so you can get it instead. People used to do that shit in other games all the time to me. They also, the way the mechanic worked of how you mine the ore, you had to mine the ore and then re-interact with the ore to mine it again and again. Every time you broke the ore, you had to like re-interact with it, which allowed for people to sit there and spam the interaction button and take the ore from you after you broke it the first time. And they would take it the second time. And then maybe you took it the third time or they took it the third time. It was really obnoxious. So that's another thing that you got to keep in mind about on PvE aspects, trolling people. Using game mechanics and aggro ranges and attack patterns and stuff where people can use those to their advantage to troll people and to take resources from them that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to get. So I would say one game has an aspect that I actually liked. Palia, for example, the ore was, yo, what up, Thor? The ore was kind of cool because it spawned randomly, right? And once someone broke the ore, it had like a 10 or 15 minute timer before it despawned. So anybody that got to it in that timer could mine it before it disappeared. And I liked that. Because then it wasn't a one and done, right? People couldn't just troll you for it and take it. People wouldn't be fighting so hard for it, but it did make it not so streamlined where bots were taking it because they spawned in random spots. Once one was taken, it would respawn in another spot and you'd have to find it. And then people would be using the chat and they'd have groups set up to finding ores, and then they would spread out, they'd find it, they'd all go to it, they'd mine it. Right? They'd spread out, they'd find the next one, they'd mine it. I think that's a phenomenal way to do professions because it heavily incentivizes socialization and group play. It can still be done solo. And you can't just set up a mindless bot to run in circles to hit specific spots to mine ores. Now you can, but it won't get them as often or as as easily. I'm just talking about games in general. Like things that I think game companies could like think more about, aka professions in general. Like I feel like most game companies don't put a lot of effort into professions, but like when they are, thinking about professions, there's a lot of the Palia, the way Palia does their ore system. I really like it, and I think more games could benefit from it. Because what games typically do right now is first come, first serve, right? So if you're the first person to that ore and you start mining it, no one else can get it. So if there's a lot of people mining ores, then you're not going to get very much. Because if somebody gets to it before you, you don't get any ore. And if, you get to the one before them, then they don't get the ore. But you don't want it to be where it's everybody gets the same ore. I get the same ore, you get the same ore, because then ore is too easy to obtain. And you don't want everything to just be super easy to obtain, right? You want there to be a difficulty in finding it and mining it and obtaining it in large quantities, so it's still worth value and it still takes effort. Yeah, but I think the way Palia does it, how it's RNG of where it spawns, like it has like 100 spawn locations, but you don't know which one it's going to go to, right? And they don't do it in a specific order. I like that. And I do like the idea that, like, just because someone got to it before you doesn't mean you can't mine it. So it's like, it stays active. Like, maybe you could lower that time from 10 minutes down to, like, 1 minute. So as long as you're there within a minute, you can still mine it as well, along with everybody else. I love that idea because it doesn't mean anybody and everybody can mine it. It just means whoever's particularly close or within the party in the chat or whatever, like you can incentivize them on that. But that also opens the floodgates for bots, right? So, and what I mean by bots is people that multi-box. So you can have someone that runs 15, 20 accounts and they just run around, find the thing, and they loot it with 20 accounts, and then they move all the ore to one person and then sell it in big bulk, make a lot of gold, and then now they RMTing gold. Like, that's the downside for it. right? So there has to be, I don't know, there has to be some way to limit it in a sense, but I don't know. That's why this system is good, because it helps prevent from people to mass farm things with multi-boxing, but it also makes it, with the more players you have in a game, it makes it much harder for people to obtain the ores, which makes them very valuable, because if it's hard to obtain because there's 100,000 people farming the ores, there's only so many ores to go around. That means like it's pretty scarce, right? There's not a lot of ores. People need a lot of ores. They're going to be worth a lot. But if everybody could loot them, then there'd be an abundance of ores, and it wouldn't be worth much. I don't know. Kind of hit or miss. And then, like I said, and then people multi-boxing and able to obtain so much ore in such a short period of time, it would flood the market. The ores would literally be worth nothing. People would be RMTing the money out of it. But at the same time, if the ores are worth nothing, then, you know, they're not really making much gold. Anyway, I don't know. You gotta find that towing of the line that just makes sense. Like I said, if the ores were just client side, where everybody can always mine it, then multi-boxing is also still a problem. So I don't know. They gotta find a way to toe that line without like crossing it one way or the other. It's hard to make great games. Like I said, the only few ways that I've ever determined that would be viable for professions, at least for in-game purposes, is every profession needs to have some sort of consumable. Something that is crafted when they're at max level, that is always needed no matter what stage of the game people are at, so that profession is always required, right? Whether it's repair kits, armor paddings, armor attachments, weapon attachments, weapon stones, you know, to increase, you know, weapon damage, sharpness, or whatever. Stuff for mounts, you know, gear, equipment, food, you know, horseshoes, whatever. Things that maybe degrade to broken and you have to replace completely, or things that need to be repaired with repair kits, or just consumables in general to like temporarily give buffs or benefits. You know, just like how alchemy gives potions for buffs and benefits, food gives buffs and benefits. Same thing, but for every profession. I also think that adding finite resources that come from in-game resources, aka dungeons, raids, stuff like that, should be implemented. So crafting like high tier gear, or these finite resources that you get from these are used for high end repair kits or high end like buffs. So if let's take the armor paddings for example. You want to make like high tier armor paddings for raid buffs, basically, right? Or for like, let's say there's open world wars for territory. And for wars, you want to be buffed out of your mind. So you want to armor pad all of your armor for PvP, right? So you want PvP padding. That PvP padding requires resources that come from dungeons, right? So you got to run, you know, heroic dungeons, and you can only run so many dungeons a week or whatever, or a day, right? Or whatever it is, right? You put some sort of limitation so they can't just spam run dungeons all day long. I mean, maybe you could. Maybe put a 50% drop rate of the item if they clear the heroic dungeon and under a certain time limit. Then they have a 50% chance from the chest to obtain the item. And, you know, you need like one of them per armor that you're trying to craft. You know, there's things like that you can do. But basically, you have to run dungeons to get the item, or somebody else run the dungeon to get the item, or you buy it off the auction house or whatever. But you need that item to craft the padding, and the padding lasts for, I don't know, like let's take RuneScape for example, 10 hours of like combat, right? So it's not like 10 hours of in-game time, but it's 10 hours of actual combat time. So while you're being hit, so X amount of hits maybe, or X amount of while in combat it starts ticking, kind of thing. The problem with the in combat portion is like you can become in combat just by running past a mob, and if it's ticking down your counter just from running past a mob, that kind of sounds bad. So you want it maybe every time you take damage. I don't know. Maybe it's a damage in like correlation, like after 1 million damage it breaks or something, or maybe 10 million damage. As long as you're not taking damage, you know, it's not reducing it or something. You'd have to put some sort of deterioration on it where eventually you need to get a new one. So that way you're constantly making more pads and you need more pads. Problem is you have to find where a good limit is, because like if you set it too low, then one war they would need multiple paddings for each piece of gear, and that's too expensive, right? So it would need to be able to last for an entire war, which is why I feel like a 2-hour buff is fine. I know as. What up, Danky? So Mr. Danky, if you can still hear me, if you're still chilling, uh, so the cliff notes is the game has 11 to 12, 10 to 11 months left before they turn it off, but with the added caveat that there's a small glimmer of hope that a company will purchase it and keep it alive. Without going into too much detail, that's the cliff notes of it. You can no longer purchase the game. If you have the game, you can play it. But if you're playing it via like Xbox Game Pass or PlayStation Pass or whatever, I think most of them have either taken it off or are going to take it off the passes. So you're no longer going to have access to it via that. So it's going to cuck you if you don't actually own the game. But like I said, at the end of the day, it boils down to the closing of the doors of the game, the shutting of the servers is January like 30th of 2027. Unless someone buys it before then and keeps it open, basically. Military recruitment ad? That's funny, Thor. Yeah, I know you don't get them very often. But yeah, Thor, are you back from your ad? And Mr. Danky, if that like answers your question, let me know. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask as well. Sure. All right, yeah. So I would agree. There isn't a one game perfect profession kind of out there currently. I will say, with the added caveat to that, there are a bunch of games that have a lot of good aspects to them. And I feel like if they were to combine them, they could be a phenomenal profession base to that game. But that's about the extent of where it's at right now. There's a lot of good things spread out amongst a bunch of games that need to be correlated into one game to make one good profession game. As for example, so far of all the games I've ever played for professions, the one game that has like one of the craziest profession systems that I've been a part of, but I think it's still lacking, is Black Desert Online. Purely because the amount of grinding you have to do to get materials to actually do the professions is pretty insane. It's pretty good. But they also hold value for in-game viability. So a lot of the materials are used at in-game. So it's always a finite resource or finite amount of stuff to where, or indefinite, well, I should say, that they're always needed. They're always being consumed. They're always being used. They're always required. So you always have a reason to continuously craft these items. But it's not quite there. Um. Oh man, someone took this. So if you're, I think you're, Denki, I think you're referring to Face Punch, the CEO from Face Punch. So they had a Twitter post in the middle of January offering New World 25 million for the game, and then a little while after that, AOC died. And then shortly after AOC died, there was another Twitter post stating that Facepunk was signing an NDA with an unknown company about an unknown game, and they couldn't talk any further on it. At the current stands, but they were not optimistic about terms being agreeable. Basically, that's what it boiled down to. So the odds of it being New World are pretty slim. The odds of the terms being acceptable are also even more slim. So, yeah, Rust. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, so the way I look at it, Mr. Dank, is games are meant to be played to have fun, right? At the end of the day, the whole goal of a game is to have fun. It's to pass time and to enjoy your time while you're playing it, right? So throw everything else out the window. The only question that needs to be answered with a yes for it to be worth it is, are you having fun? If you can say yes, you're having fun to whatever it is you are doing, nothing else matters. Because here's the way I look at it: is just because you know when something is going to go away, right? Like, let's say a brand new game launches today, and you know that that game will be shut off in 5 years. Are you going to play it because you know 5 years from now the game is no longer going to exist and all your content and all your characters and everything you've done is going to go away? Or does that turn you off to a game to make you not want to play it, right? You could have had a great time for 5 years, right? Take World of Warcraft, for example. If WoW started in 2004 and said in 2024 we're shutting the doors on World of Warcraft, would you not play that game for those 20 years to have fun? Like, where's that line at which it's acceptable to play it even though you know it's going away? You know what I mean? Where's that line? So for me, I don't care about the line, right? I'm an AARPG player. I play ladders, right? So it's all about right now, right now, right now. Am I having fun right this second? Yes. Does that matter? If I'm not having fun tomorrow, that's a different story. I'm having fun right now doing what I'm doing. I'm playing. Whatever it is I'm playing it. So if you enjoyed playing a game, regardless of when it's shutting down, if you're having fun playing it, you shouldn't stop playing it just because you know there's an end date, right? That's my thought. Because, like I said, at the end of the day, it's about enjoyment. It's about passing the time. It's about having fun, right? So if you launch New World right now and you were playing it without knowing that it's going to shut down, if you were having fun, that should be all that matters. You're enjoying your time in the game. You're progressing it. You're having fun. You're making, gains. You're exploring the game. Blah blah blah. Just because the game has a shelf life, that you know when that shelf life is, doesn't mean you're not going to enjoy it. It's just like life. You don't know when your last day on the earth is going to be. So you have fun every day you can. It's kind of the same philosophy. That's at least how I operate, right? Not everybody works the same way. Everybody's, to each their own. And I don't fault people for quitting because I understand that argument. Why would you want to put effort and time into a game if you know it's not going to matter the next day? Like, what's the point? I have that same conclusion on certain games where I'm playing it. I'm like, I'm not playing this game after today. And then I'm like, if I'm at that mindset of where I'm already not going to play this game after this day, what's the point of playing it that day? So I usually just quit. Because at that point, it's like, I'm not having fun. And at the end of the day, that's the bottom line. Is if I've come to the conclusion that I'm not going to play this game anymore because I don't like it or whatever, I'm just going to quit right then and there. I'm not going to force myself to play it to get to a satisfactory end point, right? I don't know the exact reasoning, but from what I gather, it was purely, at least from the customer facing aspect of what they gave us, the bullshit answer is they didn't want to keep producing content in this field. They wanted to migrate to a different type of game. AKA they wanted to use AI to make video games so it wasn't as difficult, I guess. So to me, that translates to they didn't want to spend as much money making video games so they can increase their profits. That's what it meant to me. Wasn't that they weren't making money playing the game or making this game? It's just they weren't making as much as they probably wanted to because the monetization in the game isn't very good, right? People say it's pay to win, so they don't play it. People think it's too expensive, box prices. You know, it's just it has a lot of shortcomings when it comes to its monetization, and people just aren't happy with it. So it wasn't pulling in the revenue that they wanted, but with the expenditures and stuff like that, their overall profit margins probably weren't where they wanted them to be. So they decided, hey, let's just get out of this altogether. Let's get out of making these types of games and go into something easier that we can have a lot less overhead with a lot more like monetization and profits. That's probably what it was, but that's not exactly what they told us. They just basically said that it wasn't feasible to continue investing into this game, basically. Which, I mean, at the end of the day, kind of makes sense. MMOs are a never-ending beast. They never end. They have no endpoint, so they have consistent overhead for continuously pushing the finish line, finding new equipment, new raids, new dungeons, new professions, new zones, new mobs, new mechanics, everything. It's just constantly pushing, constantly pushing, constantly pushing, and having to consistently pay people for new quest lines, new storylines, new artwork, new ideas. It's a never-ending expenditure, and that's what makes MMOs so costly to maintain. And I told this earlier in the day too, is like buying an MMO, like the IP of like New World, is the cheap part. MMOs in general, making them is the cheap part. Maintaining them and growing them is the expensive part. Yeah, Thor, that's kind of like my thought process. It's like, why put time into it if I know when the shelf life is? It's like, well, if you know you're dying next year, are you just gonna die right now? Like, is your body just gonna shut down right now because it knows like it has a shelf life? Like, that's kind of like what I'm getting at. It's like, at the end of the day, like, just because you know when the last day is doesn't mean you can't live every day for joy. You know what I mean? AKA playing video games, right? You know a game is gonna die, it's gonna go away, it's gonna get shut down. Play it as long as you're having fun playing it. Play it until you can't anymore. Because at the end of the day, when the game shuts down and you can no longer access it, you're gonna have that, man, I wish I would have put some more time into it. I loved that game. That game was so fun. You're gonna have those regrets. I mean, even if you put every waking moment of time into the game and it shuts down, you're probably still gonna have that feeling, but it won't be as bad. And well, that's what I was trying to explain, Thor, is like the whole gaming division is going away because they don't want to be in the gaming industry anymore, but they do want to make games, aka AI generated bullshit. Which I don't have a problem with AI generated stuff. I really don't. Some of that shit's fucking hilarious. Sometimes it's decent. Like, you just, I mean, AI is used in everything, so I mean, you can't really say something's bad because AI is used in it, honestly. But if I had to guess, Dank, it's honestly it's a money thing. It's how much overhead does it cost me, and how much money does it bring me in profits at the end of the year? How much risk versus reward is there? right? If it's high risk, high reward, okay, it might be possible if it's actually bringing it in. Some months it might be less than others, some months it might be higher than others, but if the overall average profits aren't where they deem acceptable, then they're just going to cut their losses. At the end of the day, that's how big companies typically run. They're not going to keep something on life support where it's barely making a profit just because the community likes it. Now, they could, and they might. Some companies would, because it keeps people invested in the company to where they're more willing to invest into the next game, right? Stuff like that. AKA Diablo, right? They kept Diablo 2 on life support for fucking 20 years. And the thing woke up from a coma and is still a beast. But it kept people interested in Diablo and in Blizzard to invest into Diablo 3 and into Diablo 4, and it kept people kind of, consistently on the hook, keeping that thing on life support for as long as they did. So it has its positives, it has its negatives. And some companies, they can justify it and some can't. I just think Amazon wasn't doing well. They weren't getting good reputation for video games. Every time someone saw that Amazon was involved in some sort of collaboration with a game, they just instantly didn't want anything to do with it. So I just think that they deemed it wasn't really worth it. They had a bad reputation for video games. They had, bad press. They had bad PR. They had bad experiences. They had, bad word of mouth. Everything was just bad when it came to the gaming division. So why keep something around that's like that? That's how I saw it, right? I mean, I don't think Amazon has anything to do with Diablo 2. But yes, Diablo 2 had a new DLC expansion released last week. Kind of insane. I didn't play D2. I played D1 and I played D3 and I played a little D4. But D2, when that was a thing, I was stuck on other things. Right? I was playing PlayStation stuff and I was doing other stuff, and I ended up on Counter-Strike and RuneScape, World of Warcraft. Just completely glassed over freaking Diablo 2. So it's never really been a cup of tea for me, personally. Oh, yeah, I got you. Yeah. So I would say, I wouldn't say Amazon is greedy per se, but the nature of running a business is to be greedy. It is, the thought process is make money, right? You don't want to have a company that doesn't make money. So I don't fault them for trying to make money, but making money at the expense of your customers is the problem, right? Towing that line between bringing in more profits and keeping your customers happy is the problem that companies struggle with the most. And I think Amazon does a decent job with that in most of their aspects, but their games they could never get right. Because the problem is most of their games were done very poorly. At the end of the day, it was just very poor. They tried to use monetizations that other games used, and it never worked out right for them. They tried to backpedal things. They tried to add things that people disliked, and they couldn't find a good footing in the industry because they're not a gaming company. They're a global company of hodgepodge of things, and they do well at a lot of things, but their gaming department was not one of them. Right. I also heard that they were getting rid of a couple other departments. So I don't think it was per se just gaming that they were doing this for. I think that at the end of the year they were looking at their, quarterly profits and stuff like that from all of their different departments, and they probably were like, "Hey, let's just cut some fat somewhere and refocus some stuff." So I think whatever was on the bottom of that chopping block ended up getting cut, and gaming just happened to be one of them. I think that's more or less what ended up happening. And like I said, I don't fault companies for trying to make money. I never will. I never have. At the end of the day, if you were to run a company, you don't want to run at a loss, right? You don't want to be coming out of pocket. You want to make sure you're making more money than you're putting out, so you can pay your employees. You can, you know, keep the lights on. You can keep developing stuff. You can keep the everything moving forward. If you're not moving forward, then what's the point? It's actually kind of funny though. You got these people living in like these like sardine cans right outside of this like state of the art like warehouse. Guys, I don't know much about. I don't pay attention to the news. I don't keep up with all the drama and the social media and stuff like that. I avoid all that stuff. I don't watch the news. I'm not on social media or anything like that. This is just stuff that I've just picked up from random Google searches when things pop up for myself and things people bring to me in Twitch chat. What the hell? That's weird, mate. That's a weird sentence from the game. That's pretty funny. Oh man. But yeah, so supposedly they shut down some of their like Amazon Fresh, Amazon Go and stuff like that, which was like their grocery store stuff. And it's not that they shut down Amazon Fresh per se, but I think they're shutting down like the physical locations people could go to. They're still like delivering stuff, but they're not like, I think they're closing down their brick and mortar buildings that people were able to go to do shopping for Amazon kind of thing. Was that yo? I always have to hold on. I always have to open up the other thing for this because I never open this up. Well, I'm assuming that was you. Yeah, Dank. Okay. Thanks for the sub, Dank. I appreciate it. I assumed that was you, but it was so small I couldn't read it. Appreciate that. But yeah, the short of it is, Amazon currently is still planning on shutting it down unless someone can give them an offer they can't refuse. But the odds are that Amazon wants too much money for it. Like, they deem it worth X amount and people are lowballing them and they're not going to accept a lowball. But the closer it gets to closing of the doors, the more likely they are to take a lowball, in my opinion. And after they close the doors, if they haven't accepted some sort of a like offer, I feel like it's sitting in the closet. It's going to have diminishing returns to where at a certain point someone still might offer them something, but it's going to be such a lowball offer that Amazon will either A, deem it not worth their time, or they're just going to want to get rid of it. So, like I said, at some point it might get purchased. It might be 10 years from now, but who knows? We truly just don't know the answer to it. So we can hope for the best. But yeah, if you switch into PC, I don't think you can purchase the game anymore. Anywhere. I don't even think you can go to like a third-party site like G2A or something and purchase like a key. But yeah, I know it's off of Steam and everything like that, so there's no longer you can get it. But if you have it on console and you still want to play, just play it on console until you can't anymore. If you want to play it and have fun, because it's at least cross-platform, so you can still play with people. Yeah, anytime, Dank. Anytime. I'm always here. I stream basically every other day. So I'll stream today, I'll stream tomorrow, and then I'll work the weekend, and then I'll be back Monday, Tuesday, work Wednesday, Thursday, and then I'll be back all weekend, and then I'll, back and forth. They have a bi-weekly schedule, so I'm here. And if I'm not here, we do have a Discord. You can always chat in there. You can at me if you have questions, concerns, thoughts, or whatever. But we are variety streaming. The only reason we're currently playing this game is because we would like to get our Ironman playthrough completed. We have a handful of checklists that we're trying to get done, so I can feel comfortable and happy and content with this game shutting down with what I've completed in it. And then we'll be moving games. Most likely we'll be moving to the Quinfall, the new 1.0 release that just happened last week. MMORPG, $10 game. Pretty solid looking. Looks a little clunky. It's really boring to watch, but I think playing it would be really, really fun. But I don't really have a main game, Dank. Like I said, we do our community nights where we play a game with the community, and you guys get to vote on it. And it's usually something I don't typically stream. So like Stardew Valley, 7 Days to Die, hodgepodge of other things are on the list. Quinfall with a Q. Pull it up for you. This right here. The Quinfall. So it looks like Black Desert Online, and it has a lot of Black Desert Online like aspects, but it's a little clunky and unpolished right now. But the amount of mechanics inside the game are absolutely wild. The size of the map is mind-blowing. There's open world, there's channels, so instead of being server locked, you are region locked, I think. And then there's channels to play on. So if you want to PvP, you PvP. If you want to PvE, you PvE on whichever channel you want to go onto. There's open world stuff where you can build your own houses, or you can rent a house inside the cities. You can tame pets. You can breed horses. You can gather resources and materials. And there's like 30-something professions. You can go sailing and kill sea creatures. You can raid other people's bases and PvP zones. There's guild versus guild stuff. It's a really wild game. Here, I'll show you some of the... So this is the sailing stuff. So you can eventually upgrade to a big boat, and then you can craft stuff on your boat. You can put storage-based things. You can put like refining agents and crafting stations. You can decorate it with like, decor. You can build your own cannons and put them in the ports so you can shoot things. And then at the end of the day, you go sailing around, and you can shoot whales and krakens, and you can pirate other ships, and you can fight PvP battles, and there's like loot that's floating in the middle of the ocean and stuff. It's a wild looking game. Absolutely wild. But like I said, the combat is a little clunk. 99% of the streamers are just AoE grinding mobs for loot and gear. And that's why it looks boring, right? But like being in the ocean, you get on top of this freaking, like you sail, like someone sails you over, you jump on this turtle, you get this oars off of his back and use that for some sort of crafting profession, right? And then you can PvP against, like, there's a whale here, they're fighting this whale to get loot from it, and they're partied up with 2 different ships. You can also ship battle in PvP zones, and you can battle ship versus ship. And then you got like world bosses, like krakens and stuff to fight against, right? And then this is like PvPing. You can base build, so you put down this little thing and you build your house around it. You have like bases and stuff. You can do farming, so you can have the husbandry stuff, and you can breed animals. You can also do like actual farming of like potatoes and stuff like that. And then you got all your other, like I said, there's like 32 professions. There's a lot. But then you can make turrets. This is kind of like a Rust style where you build a base and you have turrets, and you can make walls and gates and stuff like that. And you can defend your base from people raiding it, which is towards the end here, where you're like combating against other people trying to take over your base. It has the free open combat like New World does, where you have to actually aim. You have to actually get close and attack. It's not tab target in any way, shape, or form. Like I said, the combat is a little clunk. The movement is a little clunky. It's unrefined. It's unpolished. But it'll come with time. They're adding a lot more game modes and things to the game. Stuff like castle sieges and things like that. And then the way that the characters work is instead of there being warrior class, a mage, and so on and so forth, you actually just make a character, and just like New World, you swap your weapons on and it changes your build. So each weapon has its own talent tree, and you level up that talent tree for whatever playstyle you want to play. And if you want to change playstyles, you can. The only downside is, in order to level up the weapons, you have to use it for one, like New World, but you have to level up the skills inside of it like Throne and Liberty with books. So you have to farm books or buy them from other players, and you have to use those books to level up the skills to higher tiers, which require higher tier books and so on and so forth to level them up in order to actually get the build stronger and stronger. And yeah, Thor, you're not wrong about the whole patent thing as well. Like, I'm not putting that past. I'm just saying, like, theoretically speaking, though, like, if they think the game is worth 200 mil and people are offering like 20 mil, like, they're not going to accept, right? At the end of the day. Yeah, for like, that's my whole argument, Dank, is no matter how bad the combat is, or even if the game isn't like a forever game for you, for $10, you can't pass that game up. That's why I'm going to be playing that when I'm done with it. Like I said, watching people play it on Twitch bores the shit out of me, but there's so many games that are boring to watch but are fun as hell to play. Right? Like watching BDO puts me to sleep. I love BDO. BDO is one of my favorite games of all time, and I cannot watch it because it puts me to sleep. But it's really fun to play. And I think this is in that same boat. It's really boring watching people play it, but I think if you're playing it yourself and you're immersed into it, I think you would have a great time playing it. Now, like I said, I will give the caveat that people do complain it's pay to win, right? For $10, pay to win doesn't really fucking matter because the only pay to win in that game is there are monthly buffs you can purchase with real money. It's like a few dollars for a monthly buff. There's 3 of them, and all they basically give is extra XP rates, and then one of them does give devil resources when gathering, which is probably the best buff for profession people. But that's all the buffs give. And then there's one other item in there that, well, technically 2. One is for breeding horses. It reduces the the breeding time of horsing, which obviously, can make you breed horses faster, which in turn makes you more money, which people call pay to win. I don't, but people do. And then the last one is what's called a Terra item. So the upgrade system in that game is very, very, very unforgiving. If you fail, your item can break into nothing and you have to start over again. But the Terra item that you can purchase one of them a week is a few dollars. And if you fail your upgrade, it doesn't destroy the item, it destroys the Terra instead. So it's a item destruction preventer, basically. And you can only get so many of them every week. And people call that pay to win. And I don't, but some people do. Yeah, and that's the crazy thing is like this game, the game I showed you has so many games hodgepodged into one. It's got a crafting and survival based version, like aspect and feel from the base building, where you build your own base, like you claim a plot, like Ark Survival, and you build your own base with your own defenses to defend it, and you gather resources around it and so on and so forth, and you grow your base. Right. They have that aspect. They also have the open sea pirate action where you can be pirates on pirates like Sea of Thieves, right? And then you have the PvE aspect of that where you're killing all the Krakens. So they have like Sea of Thieves built into the game of open ocean and stuff. They have like survival based building, which is built into the game. They have a lot of PvP, so they have like Capture the Flag and like Arathi Basin and stuff like that from like World of Warcraft. And then they have dungeons in the game as well, which you're limited to how many dungeons you can do a day, which isn't too big of a deal. But at the end of the day, you definitely want to be spam running your dungeons. But there's dungeons in the game. I think they're going to be adding raids down the road. Like I said, they have a roadmap. I haven't looked at it, but there's like siege battles that are going to be incorporated for like guild versus guild. There's a lot of guild content right now. There's open world base raiding. Like there's open world PvP in certain aspects, and like and with how many professions there are, it's kind of wild. So, but for $10, I can't. Even if the game is bad, it's $10. Like you're gonna get your money's worth out of it. Like that's all I'm saying. And that's why I say it's not pay to win day, because if you can only buy one of them a week, it's not pay to win. That doesn't get me wrong. It gives a little like extra chance to get an upgrade over somebody that doesn't have that chance, which I guess is like, oh, that's unfair. But here's the catch: the premium currency that you swipe your credit card for can be farmed in the game. Now, I'm not saying you can farm enough of it every week to purchase everything that a pay-to-play player can obtain, but if you're doing farming and you're doing husbandry and you're wood cutting and you're mining and you're doing all the professions, there are professions in every single town in the game, and the game is massive. So if you travel from town to town and you talk to these NPCs, I don't know if it's daily or weekly, but they have turn-ins, they have exchanges. Say, hey, give me 2 tomatoes and I'll give you some tokens. And you add 1,000 tokens, you can convert 1,000 tokens into 100 premium currency, and you can just do this every day. You can just do your professions, turn them into NPCs, and farm premium currency. And then if you look at the premium currency, it's like 300 premium currency buys you a 30-day buff, right? So 3,000 tokens to get a 30-day buff isn't too bad. And then I think Terra is 3,000, so that one would be a little rough. But I mean, and if you can only do it once a week, I feel like that's doable. Anyway, like I said, I argue against it. I personally don't think it's pay to win, but that's my personal opinion. Like I said, since there is a limit, and if you actually knew what the odds were of upgrading it, you would definitely agree that it's not pay to win. Because even if you had 100 chances a year of not destroying your item from an upgrade, it wouldn't make a dent. I think people said that in order to upgrade your item to max level, the odds are about 1 in 175 million chance. I don't know how many zeros that is in percentagely speaking, but it's like 0.00000000000 something percent chance to succeed. So getting a 1 extra attempt a week, 2 extra attempts a week or whatever, in the grand scheme of things, makes no difference. At some point, you're going to have to spam craft items, no matter how you look at it. You're gonna have to spam upgrade items to eventually get a max geared item, just like you have to do in Black Desert Online and stuff. So I don't see it as pay to win. I do see it as like a way to attempt a free upgrade. You know what I mean? Every once in a while, just for shits and giggles for an attempt. But if you're relying on that for upgrades, you're never going to make it anywhere. BDO is not free, but you can get it for free, or you can get it for $1 pretty often. So once or twice a year they do free giveaways for BDO. And then a couple other times a year they put it on 90% off for $1. And it's a $10 game. BDO is probably one of the other top games in the category for free action combat, right? When we're talking about free action combat, we're not talking about tab target. We're talking about games like this where you have to actually aim your own skills and your movement in ASDW. BDO is the top of the top when it comes to combat fluidity and smoothness. Nothing competes to it. But that game has pay to win for sure. And I mean, okay, I call it pay to win, but it's not true pay to win. It's pay to get the best in slot gear, but everybody can get the best in slot gear. Does that make sense?
even if you're free to play, you can technically get the same gear as a whale. It's just a lot harder. Takes you a lot longer, right? But the game is a grind. Like, let me put it in perspective. So Korean players think most games are not very grindy, right? Most American players think that a lot of games have are way too grindy to play, right? And they're like, I don't want to play the game, it's too grindy. But then Korean players are like, what do you mean? It's not very grindy at all. It's fine. And they just play it, right? Koreans find Black Desert Online to be grindy. That's how grindy BDO is. Like, that's the best way I can tell you how grindy BDO is. It is hands down probably the most grindy game in the world. It's bad. But it's really, really, really fun. If you find something in that game you like, it is very fun. The problem is a lot of the, except for the combat, a lot of the other aspects of the game are very AFKable. So you set a waypoint and your character just auto paths to the waypoint. So you're AFK for 10-15 minutes. Or you set up like a cook session, so you're AFK for 2 or 3 hours, right? So a lot of the stuff in the game can be AFK'd or like semi-AFK'd in small chunks. And it's pretty fun because like you can set somebody to do something and you can go and play another game, or you can set them to do something and watch some anime, and you're not very focused. But combat is 100% focus, 100% effort. You have to put a lot of work into it. And that's the majority of the game is grinding. It's just literally combat grinding mobs to get resources to attempt upgrades for your gear. But professions are freaking wild in that game. I love, like, I'm a profession guy, and the professions in that game are crazy fun. You can make a lot of money doing professions, and they're very chill. Most of them are very AFK. And there's just a lot of aspects. Like they have the bartering system, which is out in the open ocean. They have PvP pirating. They have open seas combat, like I was showing you with Quinval, where you can kill sea monsters and stuff. You can get bigger boats. You can do trading and things like that on the open ocean. Then you have on land trading. So you move gear or stuff from one place to another place to make profits and stuff like that. You have, all the gathering professions you can think of. You have cooking, you have alchemy. They have like 15 or 20 different professions, and they're all wild. And they all work with each other, which is the best part. Is you might be doing hunting, but hunting is needed to do cooking and to do alchemy, right? And hunting and alchemy is almost required to do good hunting. Or sorry, alchemy and cooking is almost required to be very well, like to be well off doing hunting. So they all work with each other in that game, which so BDO is wild. But nothing beats their combat. That's what the main thing is. And Quinfall is trying, but they can't. The combat in Quinfall it falls far, far, far short of BDO, but most of the BDO aspects are within Quinfall. They just need to polish this stuff. BDO's enhancement process is also somewhat like Quinfall's, but I think Quinfall's is a little bit more harsh. But I will say that BDO's has an aspect that Quinfall doesn't. Mainly because the game's been out for longer, so it's had more time to polish it and make it more refined. So, but either way, like I said, for $10, both those games are worth $10. You will easily get your $10 worth out of both games. I haven't played Quinfall yet, so I can't really speak to that game and like tips and tricks and helping. But BDO, I could go into huge detail in BDO if you wanted to jump into that. But if you want to play Quinfall, like I said, I'm going to be getting into it soon here. Don't know when. I have to finish this up first. It's going to probably take me a while, but I'm eventually going to jump into it. It looks good. Like I said, you start with every weapon in the game, and you get to play with all of them, see which ones you like, and then you get to specialize in whichever one you want by leveling it up with books and stuff as you progress. They have healing, they have tanking, they have DPS, they have range, they have melee. Certain ones obviously are stronger than others in certain situations. Melee kind of struggles in PvP purely because if you're chasing a ranged player, range doesn't have to stop to attack, but melee does. So range always, in almost every MMO I've ever played, always has the advantage in PvP 99% of the time because of that factor. So take that with a grain of salt. But it's pretty cool. Like, the healing is a little wonk because everything is like aim based. You have to like put AoEs on the ground to like heal people and do burst healings, and a lot of your healings also do damage and stuff like that. So like the life staff in the game is a little wonk. The tank, the short and sealed, like that's a thing you can actually block. It's pretty cool. Then you have like 10 other DPS weapons in the game as well. And some of them are pretty cool, some of them are pretty weird, but who knows? Gotta make room. Yeah, it's a massive. If you when you open the game, Tank, look at the size of the map, and you'll see why the game is so big. You'll see, the game is massive. Like it's honestly like 3 times bigger than BDO's map. It's huge. It's actually massive. And then they have like corruption portals in the open world that spawn. They have certain areas to tame horses, certain areas to tame pets. You know, certain pets are in certain areas, certain, you know, ores are in other areas, certain places to farm certain mobs in certain places. Like there's puzzle rooms and stuff like that. I can't wait to play it. I am so hyped to play the game. But here's the problem is no matter how hyped I get, I feel like it's going when I play it, I'm gonna have fun, but I feel like it's gonna fall short of what I was hoping I would get out of it. I know it will, every game does, but I'm hoping that it has a good enough core base to the game and the devs are coherent enough to polish it and keep moving it forward in the correct direction to make it better and better every month. And that's my hope. I'm hoping by the time I finish this and I get to the game, they've made some pretty good leaps and bounds in quality of lives and polishments to the game that it feels really good, and I can see the direction in which they're going and I can enjoy it. Like I said, there will be some problems where it's like, well, this is boring, or I don't like this, and maybe they'll revamp it later and, you know, fix it or whatever. But, you know, we won't know until, you know, things progress. But like with how big the map is and how many things there are to do and the fact that you can build your bases, and so one thing about the base building as well is you have to actually pay resources to maintain your base. So I don't know if you could pay like X amount to keep it maintained for a week or a month or something like that, or if it's a daily like upkeep bonus, but it does have an upkeep cost to the game. So it prevents people from just building a bunch of bases on a bunch of like $10 accounts and like making sure no one can build a base in certain areas. It prevents that from happening. Because like in games like the survival games, you know, Ark Survival, Conan and stuff like that, in the public servers, people would just join in and just place pillars everywhere. So no one could build a base anywhere. And there was no upkeep cost to them, so once they placed them down, there was nowhere to build a base. You couldn't do anything. And that's their way of preventing that from happening. So there's an upkeep cost to these things. That if you don't pay the upkeep cost, you know, your base gets deleted. What up, Chris? Is that actually Chris? Or is that an imposter? Yeah, Dank. I played a lot of Ark Survival with the wife. We didn't play on public servers. We played on our own private servers. We just hosted our own locals and just played together because I couldn't be bothered to play with other people. It was a really fun game, though. It is I. Are you sure? Bro, I swear to God, Chris, if you get hacked again and you send me some random one-off messages, I'm just blocking your account. I'm just blocking your Discord name. So you can't private message me anymore. Yeah, I was talking about this the other day. Like at a certain point, once you get hacked, if whatever is on your account, like whatever you clicked on, is probably in your computer. So you're more likely to get hacked multiple times unless you full wipe. Because whatever Trojan or whatever keylogger or whatever program is, you know, embedded in your computer is still there. So it's like you gotta get rid of it in order to like to try and prevent it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a PvP person, Dank. Honestly, I avoid it in every game I play. I hate PvP. But that game was really cool. I will say the game was really cool, especially in like group play, because like between the dino breeding for like you could breed dinos for like really cool combos of skin colors and stuff. That was really cool. So like you can get like a blue one and like a green one and try and like breed for like a red one or like a black one. Like you can just get certain breedable colors from certain combos. It was really cool. And obviously the exploration and you know just base building in general was pretty cool. Leveling up your characters and stuff. Never really got super into it to like kill the world boss or anything, but it was a pretty cool game overall. But I think Quinfall will be nuts. But like I said, the map is ridiculous. Um, I feel like the one thing they're gonna have to fix with the game though is I don't know what the I wouldn't say criteria is, but there's a resource at which allows you to fast travel, and I think it's finite. I think you have to either farm it or it's like per day or something. I don't know what it is, but you can only fast travel so much between towns and stuff. And the towns are they can be very far apart, so you need fast travels. So fast travel is probably gonna have to be looked at some point. And then the storages, you can see them from any town, but you can only access them when you're in the town. So that is something like what New World had, and it was really bad. So at some point, I'm hoping they switch that because I should be able to like at least transport the items from one city to another city so I can access them. Oh man. I played Elder Scrolls Online in beta before they released it, and I hated it. But just like Final Fantasy 14, I hated their beta as well. Both those games have come a long way, very, very, very long way since their actual release, and I haven't tried either one of them yet. There's a few games on my chopping block to try. Um, Albion, Final Fantasy 14, and Elder Scrolls Online are three of them. I have no reason to play them when I have other games that have more umph to them that I want to play, right? Like more reasons to play. Like right now, this has a reason because it's going away. I want to finish my Ironman, and then seeing Quinfall excites me to where I want to play that. I also have a Minecraft private server, or not private server, but Minecraft like server that looks freaking insane. I played it a little bit the last month, or like December, I think it was, to just give it a shot, and it was freaking awesome. Had a blast playing that. So that's another game that's on my list. I also am waiting for Bitcraft to become free to play, so I can give that a shot as well. And then, you know, obviously I have the other three games that I just mentioned that are in there as well. Yeah, it was awful in beta. It was absolutely like I played it and I didn't. Let's just say it wasn't that it was bad. It just wasn't very good. Yeah, the problem I have with Bitcraft is from everything I've read and experienced and watched people playing, it's it's literally an AFK simulator. It's an idle game. And I love idle games, but it's like an active idle game, and I'm not a huge fan of that. Where you go and you farm trees for like a few hours, and then you sit in base for like 6 hours, converting them into planks. Like, that's literally the game. So I'm just picking and choosing my battles right now, playing what I want to play, and I'm very cheap. I do not buy games that are expensive. I do not spend monthly memberships. I don't swipe my credit card. I am a very cheap person. um, so that's why I refuse to buy Bitcraft. I will play it when it becomes free or it goes on sale for a reasonably cheap price. But Quinfall, I can't pass up for $10. That's not like the limit of which I'm willing to spend money on a game. But the amount of money I'm willing to spend on a game is correlated to the amount of hype I feel for the game. And Quinfall is really hype for me right now. Like, I'm going into it eyes open, knowing that it's going to feel clunky, going to feel very stiff when it comes to the movement and the combat in comparison to other games in its same field. But knowing that there is so much professions and exploration and gathering and crafting to do just sounds like a lot of fun. The fact that I can capture horses and breed them up to make higher, better versions of horses. I can capture different pets. I don't know if you can pet breed, but I know there's pets as well. Obviously a bunch of different professions to craft gear and stuff like that. There's also treasure rooms, so you do certain aspects in the game, which I don't know exactly what those aspects are, but like you run dungeons and you can get treasure chests inside of dungeons. You can also do it in open world. Certain open world areas have treasure chests that you can loot. But you loot these treasure chests, and inside the treasure chests you can get plants and patterns and stuff like that. And these are used to unlock treasure rooms inside of either dungeons or open world treasure rooms that have their own treasure inside of them that are only accessible if you have all the materials to open the door. So that's another kind of aspect of the game that sounds kind of cool. That you can like go around farming for these treasure room pieces, and then you can loot the treasure rooms, which sounds pretty cool. Yeah, that's good, mate. Congrats. Yeah, you've been making some pretty big swings on Eidolon recently. Yeah, I mean, I don't play single player games myself, Dank. I only play games that have like either online co-op at minimum or they're just MMOs. Because I don't have a problem with playing a game by myself, because I typically do play games by myself, even on MMOs. But I like the ability to help somebody if I can. Like if someone comes into my chat and they're like, "Oh man, I'm struggling in this boss," or "I need help with this dungeon," or "I need to grind an item," or something, right? I have the ability to help them in an online co-op or MMO. So I prefer those types of games for that reason. Um, and I love Resident Evil. Resident Evil is like one of my favorite movies. It's like easily top five, one of my top five favorite movie franchises. Um, the games, they were cool. I don't mind watching them. They've gotten crazier over the years, like graphically speaking and stuff. It's just I'm just not a huge fan of playing single player games. Like I never really got into like Splinter Cells. I never really got into like any of those single player like Dark Souls and stuff like that. Like just never was a huge fan. But yeah, there's a lot of games out, man. It's just that's the problem. If I was to buy every game that came out that I would get my money's worth out of it, I wouldn't be able to pay my bills. So I have to be very picky with what games I purchase because games come out $5, $10 all the time. And you know, if we were talking in terms of like 1 hour of entertainment playing a video game per dollar I spend on a game, I'd get my money's worth out of every single one of them. Like I can easily play a game for 10 hours and have fun. But if I was to buy a 10-hour game, like a $10 game every day, I wouldn't be able to pay my bills. That's too much money. Right? Like just thinking about that. $10 every day on just a video game, right? Just a single video game, $10 a day. That's 365 days. That's $3,650 just in random games every year. I wouldn't be able to pay my mortgage because, I mean, I'm not saying I'm poor, But I don't have $3,000, almost $4,000 of excess money to buy on frivolous games. You know what I mean? Now I could spend $1,000 on games if I really wanted to, but I mean that would stretch me pretty thin, you know. But what's the point of doing that when I have so many other games to play that I don't have to spend money? Like at the end of the day, like that's really what it boils down to. Like, I mean, spending $100 a year on games, perfectly acceptable. Spending thousands, not acceptable. Not in my opinion. Not acceptable at all. Alrighty. 29 sword crafts. So we're currently at 167. This is the 170. We now can do this. 11 crafts. That's the max crafts we got. Yeah, I'm getting off here as well, mate. I appreciate you for being here. Thanks a lot. I appreciate you. We only got 2 weapon things. That's kind of annoying and sad. But I appreciate you for being here, mate. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. I'll talk to you tomorrow. See you. Bye, bye, bye. Thank you. All right, so we're going to keep this. Rest that to that. Okay, so that is our grind for this evening. We got to 172 weaponsmithing. Made some good progress. Wonder if we unlocked any first-time crafts that we can participate in. Let's take a quick gander. Unlock. Yeah, I don't like these ones, so I'm not gonna do this. For only 100,000 XP, not really worth the requirements. So yeah, not doing that or these. This is worth it. At some point, these are really worth it. Oh, is there a higher one though? Yeah, 200. This is what we're shooting for. I don't think there's a higher stone. I think this is the higher stone. All right, Dank. I'm out as well. Thank you very much for being here. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Thanks for tuning in and hanging out. We'll be back tomorrow. So if I see you then, I see you then. If not, you know, hopefully I'll catch you next time. Mortal Online 2. You know, I saw Summit play that a little bit. It looked okay. I didn't really look into it all that much, so you're not wrong, mister. I could look into it to see what it's like. I mean, I'll give my more honest opinion after I look at it, but it looked okay. I don't really know what it has to offer though, so I can't really speak to it. But yeah, you're not wrong. Supposedly they're either they already did it or they were going to do like a really big update to it. Last I saw, someone was playing it. Someone asked him, like, "Hey, when are you gonna play Mortal Online 2?" And then he made a comment that one of his buddies that plays it was gonna let him know when the update happened so we can go back and play it. And I don't know when that's gonna happen or if it already did happen or not. That's the last thing I heard about it. But yeah, that's definitely something I could look into, mister. That's for sure. But anyway, we're getting off here, guys. If any of you haven't joined the Discord and you want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever need help and want to share something, show something off, or help somebody out, best place to do it is in the Discord. If you ever want to hit me up when I'm not streaming, like on my off days or after I get off or whatever, feel free to chime in there as well. Just add me anytime. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, go into the About Me, give it a little clicky, go and check it out. That's where we save all our VODs to. If you ever want to rewatch something, catch up on something, or catch something you missed or whatever, that's the best place to do it. I'd appreciate any help you'd give on over under the VODs channel as well. But I appreciate y'all. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Like I said, tomorrow we'll be back on the grind. We're going to be pushing the weaponsmithing a little bit further. Currently got from like, I think 162 weaponsmithing to 172 today. Goal is 200. And then we can use the cave to finish the 200 to 250. Same thing with engineering. But this is our goal for tomorrow. We probably will hit 180 tomorrow. That is the goal. Maybe 182, 185, something like that. Don't know yet, but that is the goal. I hope you guys had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll talk to you then. See ya. Bye, bye, bye. Thank you. See ya.